Welcome. Thanks for joining us for the Elevated Session 75.
Ooh,
Ooh.
All
we're
right.
three-quarters of the way to the big 1-0. Oh.
Big 1-0.
Oh, so we're gonna. So the session's gonna be extremely short today. A nuclear bomb drops on the planet. Oh no, everyone's gone. So sorry. All right, thanks for watching. Ill-fated. Cast counters.
All the wizards in the world cast Globe of Invulnerability simultaneously.
Oh my gosh, what is this, Harry Potter? Voting Hogwarts. Come
Baldur's
on!
Gate Act 3.
That is honestly Baldur's Gate Act 3. All right. So, what happened? What happened here? Well, two things major happened. The first thing that happened in the last session was we actually uncovered two relics. These relics were given to various party members that found them to be useful. The Scepter of the Sun God and the Twin Grail of the Sun God. This was found in a ruined temple of the First People. They called themselves the First People because they were the first people to come with worship of Pelor, the Sun God, to this land from Krikos. They abandoned the Hadunza Collective and they sailed across the sea, and then they landed and they began to spread their love and religious and also piety, right? So they're kind of very pious people. They didn't want to have the material goods and the services they had coming from before. And so they don't actually have a whole lot of settlement structures, things that would represent them. But this temple is actually very something that they used as like a first place as worship, right? This was the center point of where they would probably have service and ceremonies and other rituals and prayer. Now, Belzar is the one who took you to this because Belzar is the one who kind of found it. In fact, Belzar told you all a story that on the shores were Talthars that arrived in search of the Twin Grail. This is not, we talk about parallels like modern, searching for the Holy Grail, right? That's kind of where this plays off, is that they were in search of this object and they were trying to find any possibility that it would be with places where the first people had kind of arrived and settled. So when they came to the Isle of Palm and they were beginning to search, which is it's a massive island, very rugged terrain. You can scavenge that thing for 100 years and not find what you're looking for, right? They chanced upon the temple. And of course, Belzar was there. And Belzar was like, don't desecrate this. Don't do this, right? Such and such that. Now, Belzar was not aimed to have use of these items, right? But he is a character that wants to preserve and protect all the things that make humanity good. And they believe that there is a reason that the first people buried these items underneath this temple. And then this magical tree, don't know if it's magical or not, grew from the items. And so they were just wanting to protect. And of course, the Talthars, being as conquest and zealots as they are, they believed that they needed to get at what lies in. Now, Belzar most likely did not tell, and this is what they also said, they did not tell the Talthars that the items were actually there. So they just stopped them from kind of impeding themselves upon the temple. Now, the temple itself was not as ruined until the fight. Then the fight made it ruined in that way that was presented to you all on the map. So you can imagine it probably still had a roof, it still had like walls and things, and the tree kind of was like kind of there and whatnot. And from the fight, right, that's when they uncovered the items that were buried, right? So kind of coming back around, I don't want you to get confused with like they already knew, right? They were working and fighting and pushing back the Talthars under the assumption that it was just a holy place and they didn't want it to be desecrated. And from the actions of fighting, that's when, right, rubble, they looked at the buried items and then the tree grew, right? So that's like the sequence of events. Okay? So the Talthars never returned to the island, right? Because Belzar didn't made sure there were no survivors. And so there's just a charter most likely of these Talthar patrols and people that went out, which later became the Justicars, Valtor. They were just looking and trying to find, right, places and searching various sites. And so when they just didn't come back, they would assume that there would be monsters, creatures, things that would plague, and that would just be a place that we need to not go anymore, or less, maybe send some more soldiers out there. But there's so much conflict and strife in the history of the Talthars, and so much ambition, that this is a kind of a side quest to an already a side quest. So the Scepter of the Sun God is kind of similar to a shepherd's cane, and it's been kind of like converted to a mace. And the Twin Grail, which was believed to be two grails that were twins of each other, is actually two cups with one stem. And so it was just kind of misconceived. And so it's actually a singular item. And both of these items happen to be items that were given to the child of Pelor the Sun God, Eos. That is why they are relics. For we summoned a figure of Pelor the Sun God who told us that giving these items back to the Sun Tree would open a congruence that Eos formed themselves around to stop the congruence. Now, when I'm saying stop, all I'm really getting at here is stopping the bridge. Because the congruence is always there, right? It's just kind of almost like a scaffolding in space and time. It's more or less the bridge, what allows for the transporting of people, plane shifting, right? That's what the tree stops. And so as the tree grew and grew and grew, it continued its duty to provide light and sanctuary and hope to all the people around it, at the same time that it stopped any plane shifting to a place called the Gates of Precipice. So this falls in line with Maldor's story, right? Talked about the Gates of Precipice and the Astral fighting over this, and the gates being some pathway to celestial realms. And that is kind of what this is saying, is that this is part of that, it's part of the stairway. And Pelor didn't stop you from taking the items. Pelor also is not going to, said, I'm not going to stop you if you decide to give the items. It's just kind of giving you a warning, right? Pelor, the Sun God, is their domain, their realm is about creating utopia for spirits that are given to them the afterlife, right? Those that are devoted and worshipped, almost carting them away from a life of service and servitude to those to give hope and light and sanctuary. And they want to bless them with the eternal, right, happiness. And they're not really all involved as much as other gods, such as Helm. And that is the point of this, is that they made kind of an arrangement, so to speak, in that they wanted to protect and stop anything that would be able to enter in to those domains. And this kind of carries over to what we know about an entity, right? Kind of feasting, that kind of thing. And this is most likely part of that scheme, right? To stop and hinder. All right. Okay. Big information. First point. Any questions on that? All right. Second point. Lady Cinder Elena. This is indeed the same person that those on the beach encountered many, 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 many sessions ago. This is the exact same person. Lady Cinder Elena presides over the palace of Mirren and a council that bridges peace between the Talthars and the Temerians after the fall of the Mad King Delron. Lady Cinder Elena was put in place because they actually were a Temerian highborn that was born in the colonies, and they have first accounts of the Mad King, and they served as a delegate for the Mad King. So there's someone who is not born in Temeria, still holds high status, and they have the inner workings of Merlandar and the people that form the colonies of the Elvish Republic. The Talthars said, you know, we'll work with you. We want you to preside it. You're our person to do this. Because the Talthar's capital is so far north. And at this time, they had conquered the continent in less than 400 years. So they're completely outstretched, right? Imagine an army marching in, then the army leaves, right? What's left? And so they put people and things in power. And so what Lady Cinderelena did is they formed these duke-like figureheads in various territories between Ithrian and Uther and said, you know what, you're going to act of your own territories, collect taxes. Those taxes come back to Merlandar. We pocket it, then we send some to the Telthars. But that's not really what we're kind of getting at here with the point, right? We can always ask questions more about the dynamics with that and what Lady Cinderella is saying, you know, that the war and all that is pushing against and is encroaching, and if you're, you know, we could use your aid, that sort of thing. Really, here is the story that they talked about, which was that of Magello. And that there's two Magellos that they seem to know. The first Magello is the Magello that they actually encountered as a person who had familiarity with them, who had knowledge of them, was somebody that was a wizard of old. It was a very powerful divination mage. And then when they countered them again, they were far younger and did not have personal knowledge of Lady Cinderelena. And they actually specifically stated that they felt that there was some sort of connection, and this is why that they reconnected with them when they uncovered a plot spewed by the head magistrate Paylene, a prophecy that a firstborn would be born in the land of Uther, and that firstborn would arise to end the Talthar bloodline. As you know, that's a false prophecy. That's not entirely accurate, but yet King Reldor Talthar, which actually is the current king, moved on that prophecy as the head magistrate. Jello in this position was the magistrate, but not the head. And so they attempted to use Lady Cinderelena to try to get as many firstborns out of the land as possible, try to warn ahead of time, but they were not able to do every single place, one of which was Reveal, and that has a very strong connection to this Magello, and that is because they had a child there. Hadrian. The boy Lady Cinderelena and those who were on the beach helped save. The same boy that Lady Cinderelena has told you is Damodar. The Lady Cinderelena helped raised and gave them education in magic before they left for the Wizard's Keep. Magello then became head magistrate and seemed to have nothing or wanted anything to do, to not visit, to not interact. Nothing. Any message, any consort, any sort of emissary in the direction of the capital with secrets to try to send word to Magello of updates, has never returned with reply. Lady Cinderelena continued to do their duties as someone who was loyal and honorable. And they saw to this child that they would have a good life. That is all that in a nutshell. There is not much else to talk about there. And so I think if you have any questions at this point, go ahead and ask them, even out of character, right? If you have something out of character you would like to kind of go talk about, now would be the time before we kind of transition.
That is a lot.
You're welcome, Steven. You missed a lot, man. You were gone. I mean, I can't.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a lot in general. Period. I mean, even
Yeah.
just a lot of information.
Yeah.
Would have I like? This is kind of more for the party, but like I mentioned at some point when I shared kind of the history of what had happened to Lucar that there was an old man mage who resembled the one that intervened
Hmm.
in that Damodar fight, who was probably the one that made me multiverse hop.
I think you mentioned it. Well, we all just assumed it was Magello.
We also tried to do sending to Magello and got no response. So either the old Magello chose not to respond to us, or only the young Magello is currently on this plane of existence, which means it could have failed because we're not familiar with him.
And I want to make a point here. Magello is a human. So in the span of time between the new Magello, who is young, to now, that human would be old.
But he was still young when we asked about him, right?
So when Lady Cinderella is saying that they met Magello when they were young, they were basically saying that this human was in their like 30, like age, right? They're basically saying that this person came to them in that age. Now, Hadron was a small boy. They were not very old. So if you count human years from that, when you're saying, okay, well, this Magello was this old and Hadron was this old, now we're going all these years later, Magello would be an old human. It would be between the age of a little over 70, actually. Everyone's mind. Right?
Speechless? Like, yeah, I'm just like, what's going on?
Well,
Well,
I
I mean,
just
so
don't.
basically, we still have no idea whether, like, who our real enemy is.
Well, I mean, we know who Damodar is.
Yeah,
But we
and we know,
don't-
like, Hadron, grew up to be the Twinkerer.
No, Hadron is
no, he didn't.
Damodar.
Oh.
No,
Hadron's
I said the
Damodar.
Twinkerer. He's a
Oh.
sorcerer.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I mean, it ultimately comes back to that we don't really know anything about Magello that helps us.
Yeah, it could be Magello's the ultimate big bad at this point because he's weird.
And Lucar's sworn enemy is just whoever was responsible for the destruction of his world. Devourer being just an entity, who had the actual will behind it happening. It could be that whoever was responsible is actually dead.
Yeah.
Magic is still there. Your vengeance has not been conquered, as far as you know.
True.
But yeah, I mean, I have really no questions to ask her about the story.
Okay, that's fine. It's
things to do.
Yeah, open table at this point. Lady Cinderella will look to the rest of you all. I would hope that our alliance will be strong, as I have discussed before I told you all the story of who I am and who Hadron is. Batehaven, be a strong ally to Melandar, and will bridge a gap that we desperately need. I surveyed upon entrance into your keep. You have a strong force. Our generals, they predict that Damodar's Scourge will defeat the lines on the south side of the Goras Ambo, and they will be at the heel of Melandar, the plateau, in less than a month. would seek an alliance to send soldiers to the south in defense of Melandar. Or if that city falls, there is no stronghold that will stop Damodar Scourge from pressing through the entire south side of this continent. It won't take long before they roll through the mountains of Galliana, crossing over the Lavsteer and pressing into the Gorn Valley. The Talthars, in their mission of conquest, they dismantled and destroyed a number of fortifications that were necessary for the kingdoms, one of which was the Mad Delron's kingdom. North side of their territory, there was a castle that clung to the reaches of the south side of Galliana. That is now known as Fort Gillan, renamed by the Talthars. But it was an elvish castle that stood in defense against any that would press from the north. That, along with the fort on the other side of the pass, they are in need of desperate repairs from a war that was waged against both when the Talthars declared attack against the kingdom of Thrina and Uther. So you see, if Melandar falls, and they control the rivers and the Great Lake, control the pass, there is no defense that you will have. Stop them from pressing into the Gorn, cutting off most of your food stocks and supplies from the south side.
I think I speak for everyone here. We would love to help you. However, there is something I must make everyone aware of. Would you mind excusing us for just a moment while we talk logistics?
Of course, I will excuse you. Am I permitted free passage throughout your city?
I don't see why not. Although, if you don't mind taking a escort of soldiers, just so that we know that where you are in case we need to find you again.
See, as Thalden, Watch Commander. It would do my honor, my lords. I maintain primary on this escort.
If that's okay with the lady,
Of course,
free to roam wherever you want.
I'll stick the confines of the keep. You have magical means of sending.
I will get in touch with you when we are ready to make our decision.
Take your time. As they bow slightly, and both Thalden and them.
So, know that we all wish to help, and I mean that truly. However, you are all aware that I have been keeping to myself pretty much since the deal with Orcivis. I have been searching for a way to kill him, and I'm sure he's aware of that too, which is why I'm not removing the crown. But at some point, that is going to come to a head. And I think that head has to be now before we agree to send troops to the south. Otherwise, we are going to leave the fort with less of a defense against the undead army when Orcivis does decide to turn on me.
my suggestion, which may not be totally different from what you were referring to, was to contact Glenmark and maybe send the Glenmarkian soldiers rather than our own forces. Now that the danger of the pass has gone away.
That is an option. We're still going to have to deal with the undead army, and I think that involves killing Orcerus if we're going to truly change the congruence back to the Feywild and hopefully set things right. I believe I have the mental capabilities of handling that. He's not
If I
necessarily a
may, my lord. He is the spy master, Belgarvin speaks. I do not mean to rudely interrupt, but I felt it wise to offer counsel in this moment. May I proceed? I see both your reasoning as valid, but one thing you both are missing is that the ambition of a god is significant. We only know the small interworkings of what they are giving us. If you send the Knights of Mark and the Glyvian mages to fight on your stead in a land that they have no ties except for a alliance by paper, the fight will be fleeting when waged against the great elder Red Worm, Erithu. Of course, they will defend, they will take your orders, but when it comes to the time of death, they will choose life whenever necessary. They are more or less mercenaries. If I can help you, the undead army, it grows by the day. There is not a waking moment that the undead horde does not amass itself in strength and number. Just like this alliance with Melandar, your agreement with the Knights of Mark and Glovia mages of your noble house. There is a verbal arrangement with the likes of a god. There is nothing sworn in oath or vow beyond the words that are spoken. Such simple thing to be snipped like a string. What I am speaking here, my lords, is it only takes but a whim of change of thought for that undead horde to cut off the river, stop all supplies from entering, and to press against our western side, which is rather undefended. You may have the Golden Hand to aid in your defense of the waterway, but the ship will only last as long as that new dragon. Are we all forgetting that Gugresh had a spawn, my lord? And that dragon grows quite quickly when time is given to it.
I have not forgotten that actually ties into my plan is that in order to weaken Orcerus, we need to remove his power of the mind of as many creatures as possible. He is not dissimilar from Palor in the fact that he gets his power from worshippers, but his power comes from the mind of those that he has enslaved, Gorgash being one of them. And with that, I think with magic and intellect fortress, I could potentially break that and free Gorgash while he's young enough. And he could aid us in our fight against Damodar. However, that does mean going to the Shadowfell to retrieve him. And at the same time, Orsivus will not allow us to leave, so we will have to kill Orsivus.
My
Well,
suggestion, if I will, my lord, would be go on the undercover of thought. Perhaps seek an audience with the deity. It would only be wise so that the forces of the undead do not muster to stop you. But it will require something. You'll have to find a way to hide your thoughts from the King of Dreams. Looks towards you, Thana. Looks towards your crown. I'm finished, my lords. Thank you for your time.
Can he not hear you right now?
Entirely sure. As I said, I'm 100% positive he knows that I'm still trying to kill him.
Out of character, you are aware that they're always kind of with the crown, right? Your thoughts, that kind of thing. But you specifically wanted this chamber to not allow for ears and eyes to listen to you. So this chamber that you're currently in, when you created this, you actually had that specification. So there are wards and glyphs for this chamber that were created by Brugha.
so he can't hear us in here.
So
as
exactly,
we're in
there's
here.
no connection of entities, like, you know, thoughts and kind of that kind of thing. It's like almost like static is what they would hear. In a way.
Oh, well. So it seems that we go back into that god-forsaken swamp again, eh?
Yes, as for seeking the audience, I may have a plan if Belzar is willing to accompany us under the promise that he only has to go as far as he is willing. But if you remember, I did make a deal with Orsivus to protect the mind of Belzar. So it would not be unforeseen for me to ask for the audience to ensure that. Hiding my thoughts is that of another matter.
It would mean you removing the crown and unattuning from it.
Yes, but doing that before asking for the audience is going to be a big red flag, and that could be the very whim.
Yes, I'm not telling you when to do it. I'm saying that's how you would have to. Otherwise, he would just take you over, I'd imagine.
I'm gonna have an intelligence check from you, Thanos, at this point. Oh, should we do the Doombox roll?
Mhm.
Is
Let's
that
do it.
that seems
The
better.
box of doom.
The box of doom. This is something. So I added a bunch of different stuff here, but yeah, this is it's great.
No way.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love this.
I'm nervous to click this button, man.
Don't be nervous.
This is just DM guidance here. 5. Yeah.
Oh,
That makes a lot of sense.
Can I chrono shift that so you can roll again?
Yeah, that's fine. You can hit advantage then. The chat
On the
thing.
card.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's fine.
time
Just
wizard.
roll.
Well,
Jesus
you know, it's
Christ.
better.
It's a little bit better, yeah.
My dice
Um,
rolls when it matters.
Yeah. So this is just
Maybe
kind of
spend
like
that.
this is not a saving. This is advice. So kind of going back like previous sessions, like what would your character remember? You probably play on the time of being a ranger as well, so you understand that there has to be like thought process connection. But one thing that lacks is like Orcivis doesn't really feel feelings, so it just is seeing like thoughts through a glass and like looking at it. And if you show them something and then you remove that, they're going to go off that information. So like if you decide to have the crown on and then you speak of the plan of the audience to try to like make something up, right? And like be like, I'm coming there to give you something of power or something, maybe the scepter, right? Or the grail, you know what I mean? Like you could try to offer something up and then you could remove the crown at that point. And they're gonna go off that information that's like, that'll require deception though. So or a performance or choice. But that is a possible, that's kind of alluding to I think what you're getting at. Is you're basically saying like we could try to have some sort of audience under a false premise.
I didn't even think about the Grail, but yeah, we could offer him the Grail too.
Yeah, that's what the intelligence check came from. It's like, would your character think that those relics would be something of worth to gain that audience? Which I think it's as long as you get above a 5 is all I care about. Just it was a rough go there for a second.
I was gonna say my rolls are terrible when it matters.
But yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. I think I mean ultimately we need Fate Haven secure before we do anything. But from what our good spy master said, that maybe sending the Glenmark soldiers to fight in a war that they don't have any attachment to would not be a good idea. So sending our soldiers would be a better idea. So, but to do so, we would need to make sure our home is secure. Which I think the lady would understand if we told her that and asked for time before we sent the soldiers.
I think if we promised her 2 weeks and we made way for the march
Tomorrow, probably.
tomorrow or the day after, depends on how much preparation people need, we could deal with that in less than 11 days. And then in 2 weeks we send our soldiers once our 6 is clear.
Where do we leave things with the Mages of Reckoning?
They'll let a truce.
Yeah, it's like a stalemate kind of way. Like I don't step on you, you don't
Ceasefire,
step
if
on
you
us.
Yeah.
I think
you
it's
don't
more of
mess
a
with us, we
non-aggression
won't mess
pact.
with you.
Non-aggression pact, yeah, I like that term. That's
Yeah.
probably the
Not really a truce, it's just, yeah.
It seemed like no one was entirely invested in following up with that. You do have information to be able to, it's almost like the breadcrumb trail. So you do have a breadcrumb trail that you might be able to follow with the Codex and try to meet other possible spots that they're gathering themselves and then follow up on information. But there's just not any sort of goal that this party, I think, has ever had or has found themselves to a quest of really trying to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, I ask because isn't Merlandar like historically a haven for magic users?
Go ahead and make a history check.
Ooh!
Oh my sweet.
Man,
My
we're
sweet-
killing it, baby.
Sweet
We're back.
Lord!
I'm just sitting here drooling.
I was gonna say
I'm
I'm
drooling.
pretty sure that I've at one point or another known that there's a mage college there.
Yeah, so Merlandar, this is maybe general information. I don't need a history check for this, but yeah, Merlandar does have a wizarding college there, known as Glenlar. This actually goes back to when we talked about. Anybody ever remembers the Freemar? Freemar, and does that name ring a bell? So Glenlar is
Yeah.
actually, the name Glenlar has come up a few times, but it's just a wizarding college in Merlandar, and the actual mages that accompanied Lady Cinderella were Glenlar mages. So there's also a library there. There's also a monastery there, so like monks and stuff. That is in Melander as well. So it is very heavily inspired Elvish culture and traditions. And a lot of it is still connected to Demeria. So there's a lot of influence from the houses of Elion. That's general knowledge.
Yeah, I asked because I know we didn't really follow up on that, but also there may be potential for us to make an introduction and find some ground where, the Mages of Reckoning may come to her assistance in exchange for something or another.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worthwhile if you feel there could be a way to sway them in the direction of aligning with Merlandar instead of Amdar Prime.
I feel like that's probably a Varys path.
Yeah. So I decoded the codex, and there was a person that there was like a meetup, but the problem is like that would take a long time to chase down that whole narrative, and if that war front's gonna go out pretty quick without help, I don't really know if we have the time.
As long as we can finish it in the time and they all have teleport.
Yeah, you know that they have access to those level of spells. It's they're obviously meeting in seclusion in spaces that don't exactly present themselves physically. Maybe again, it's just up to see. It's like as far as your characters are concerned, what you want to proceed with.
Also, the reason why I'm more keen to do the stuff with Thanos is to get the threat at our back away completely.
Well, resource wise too. I mean, you talk about like even like more of a macro scale, having an actual wood that you can harvest timber from, hunt game in, right? There might be herbs, different plants that are growing in there. Also people, right? I'm never forgetting the muckluck.
Yeah, we can hunt the muckluck.
Salinar, right? So
Yeah.
rangers. So like there's groups of people that are still in there that could be surviving, and they without a hold on them of that fog and the undead, they would then be liberated.
I think it's a big swing, but something we could we know enough about to pull off. We would just need to prepare. We would need to get our materials together and prepare for the fight.
King Bug, we need you to go fight the dragon. The green one. We need you to fight the green dragon. Oh. And so it was. The thousands of Bullywugs went to attack the green dragon in the sea.
Yeah.
That'd be wild.
There's a snake. There's a lizard folk, a big lizard folk in the sea.
Big lizard folk in the sea.
This is the Avengers moment. The portal opens up and King Buck walks through.
Yeah.
Mark! All of a sudden, the green dragon poison gas. The eyes like bulge and pop.
Okay, so let's talk above table. What do we need to prepare before we go?
I need a fuck ton of poisons.
I need to dump some of the shit Marius had before, like sell, and then try to get like some bracers of defense.
He just has
Also,
no
out of
risk.
curious, I think me and Marius should swap stones.
Okay.
Just given the new predicament.
Send
I
them
also
the trade.
think we need more healing potions. I don't think I can make healing potions.
No, I can though.
I can make us arcane potions, like whatever arcane based potions we want.
Yeah. Tegan has a huge list somewhere if you guys want to try to figure that out. And then I'll make potions. I think that we leave in 2 days. Give me tonight to make the audience and then break the attunement and then 24 hours, and then we can go into the marsh. And then where is? This was Tegan's list. Of which I can make exactly 0 because I'm not the enchanter.
Okay. I mean, do we have the stuff to make these? That kind of matters, right?
Probably buy it.
Very
Yeah.
true.
Let me go look
You
at the
You want a
just
crafting
you want a
check the
cloak of
traders.
absorption and a cloak of displacement. Mm-hmm.
Michael's gonna kill your character, is what he's saying.
Yes. Very effective.
All right, am I gonna start working on shopping stuff?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think that's the next step is prepping. For
Well, I was
shopping.
gonna
Amulet
talk
of
to
Fortitude.
the lady before. I
Oh,
think we
yeah.
should talk to her, make sure we're all good, and then go
Okay.
to work on the plan.
Okay, so go ahead.
I
Yeah,
was
why don't
gonna
you
say I don't know if anyone wants. Tegan would ask if anyone would want to come with him, but he was gonna go. I know it's been a couple days, but he was gonna go investigate the battle site between Tresgall and Ariathun, because I know that was something that he wanted to do, but we didn't have time for. So I figured, while we had a couple days and we have access to pretty fast fly speeds, that we'd be able to go investigate that a little bit. If anyone wanted to tag along.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be busy making all the magic stuff we need.
Yeah, for sure.
You'd also have to get 2 Belzar and then fly over there, and we're only taking an extra day. I don't know if you're gonna have time for that.
Yeah, we can do that afterwards. So if you don't mind
That's fine with
putting
me.
that off.
I just wanted to put it out there because we might be able to either find remains of them to gain further insight, or whatever the fuck went down there.
Okay.
So yeah, Varys' roleplay with Lady Cinderelena and then prepping shopping.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we got Lady Cinderelena, then we're gonna do shopping, and then Tegan, you're gonna go investigate.
If I can get there and back in time, yeah.
It's a lot of miles. Are you gonna teleport? That's Bruga.
That is true. You go talk to Bruga.
See, Bruga can
Yeah,
teleport to there.
I'll probably ask Bruga for help to get there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So inviting Lady Cinderelena back. Lady Cinderelena receives your sending message. Able to send, a sending message that's a directed spell that's able to come through the glyphs here. It's just one back
Oh,
and
that
forth
was
here.
slow, not sending.
Varys is
Oh, well.
casting slow here. We're going to be going
Wrong
to
one.
combat. I need everyone to go ahead and
Here
roll
we go.
initiatives because Peyton had clicked the wrong spell.
Good job,
Everyone
Peyton.
prepare yourselves here. Lady Cinderelena is a level 1000th ranger hybrid warrior, so good luck.
With magic, by the way, like
with
wizard
got
magic,
this,
it's fine.
with wizardry magic. I do not
Let's do
know
it.
how to help you in this fight. So, geez. All right, the Watch Commander comes back. Lady Cinderelena, my lords. He sees Lady Cinderelena comes back here. Just probably bided time. Was likely in a library of your keep, and then kind of sits down upon the table, braced, kind of pushing back that gown that they have, and they are very elegantly presenting themselves. Obviously, last time you saw them, they were in armor, right? They had their weapon, very kind of a complete change in their attire for this presentation, this meeting, so to speak. And they simply sit, they lower their head, and they look from left to right, waiting your response.
So, what we had discussed and ultimately came to the decision of is that there is a problem with the swamp nearest to us that would require our immediate attention before sending any soldiers out of Fate Haven that we would take care of immediately. It would take us at the most 2 weeks to do. And then on completion of that, we would immediately reroute our soldiers to to the war front and aid you in holding that.
I see you have spoken and agreed to my alliance. Obviously, making sure that safety of your city comes first and is paramount. I see that as honorable. For an exchange, Alandar sits underneath the palace of Mirren. The Mad King Delron stashed an abundant supply of Beskar, an exorbitant amount. This spans from a history between the two kingdoms, two noble families of Temerian colonizers that separated themselves. The Mad King is a descendant of the family that allied themselves as a vassal to the Temerian Republic. The other made themselves independent. Chandronar had a large stash of Beskar metal as well. But their studies of magic upon that metal was to identify properties of its electrical and lightning resistance. They came far. Some of those artificers were used in the construction of Kalamar, the castle that was built by the Mad King. They were refuge and imprisoned by the Mad King, and they were told in their service they would be freed. All their studies and knowledge were lost when Kalamar was ruined and destroyed. That history I will not tell you. You will find for yourselves if you wish to uncover it. For your alliance, for the dispatch of your soldiers, the Knights of Mark and the Glavia Mages, I can send tons of Beskar so you can construct and manufacture, as I saw on some of your towers, weaponry. I'm sure that you will find this adequate to be able to defend your city further when your soldiers and your knights and your mages are dispatched away. In addition, the Temerian Republic, Kundo, their soldiers, they are all outfitted with Beskar weapons and armor. It is the most durable metal that has ever been found. The mines that extracted this metal have ran dry for hundreds of years. This stockpile would yield your city much favor with other lands across the seas, as it did for the Temerian Republic. I will set a routine schedule for caravans to head out at once. It will take weeks for them to reach this city. But alas, they will reach it nonetheless.
As soon as we return from our expedition, I will instruct the mages of Glenmark to teleport as many soldiers as they can to aid you and make sure that the front does not fall.
I'm most pleased. I will make sure to coordinate where the circles of teleportation lie in the Wizarding Tower of Glenlar, so they understand where to be brought in at, where it is safe and secure. I will stay a while here in your city. Do not mind. I am sure that I can be given proper quarters. The direction of Alvin Tumblerot. Of course! I will send word and messages to my people to begin preparation. We will accept this alliance in verbal conduct. We will accept this alliance in verbal agreement. In time, after my stay has concluded in your city, in a week, I will have documents prepared, unless you see fit to write those yourself.
Nope, that sounds very agreeable.
It will simply lay out all the things we have discussed and the arrangement we have between Fatehaven and Melandar. I'm not sure if you have a tradition here for adjourning your meetings and arrangements in good faith, but where I come from, touching the brow to each other is commonplace. Such conclusions.
That's as fine as tradition as any.
See, as they stand up, begin to go to each of you, lowering their head, touching their forehead to your forehead. After they are finished, if you need to find me, you may simply message me with the sending spell, and of course you will know where my quarters, my chamber is in your keep. I bid you all good rest of your day. Thank you.
I did want to have a word with you, so after we wrap up our meeting, may you take a walk through the city with me?
Yeah, that's happening.
Okay, Peyton. The Wizard of
The
Oz.
Riz Master, you're coming out.
Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna chrono shift that on myself.
Oh my god. Chrono shifting is fucking charisma.
Just use
That's
inspiration.
Hey!
great. Yeah,
there we
do you
go.
have inspiration?
No.
Yeah.
So give inspiration. Just
Guaranteed success.
yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm sure our words will be spoken under the cover of moonlight. And in that light we will find truth.
Okay. Well, thank you for everything. It was very enlightening.
Farewell, Chosen. The Council of Fate. These they lower their head. And they depart. You see as the watch commander steps forward after they walk away. Lords, do you wish us to keep a watchful eye on the Lady Sinarlena? The dealings in the city.
Is there anything we don't want her getting into?
Well, they are someone in a very important position in their place, and of course, they only arrived with a handful of mages from Glenlar. They have no Queen's Guard, and they have private soldiers accompanying them.
I don't see. I don't see a reason for y'all to particularly watch her. Just make sure she's safe and, well cared for.
Yes, of course, my lords, I will ensure that the patrols are extra where their movements are present. It was only merely to protect them, to assert them as some sort of spy. You see as they stare in the direction of Valkyrin. Don't be to step on your toes. Sees Valkyrin just like slowly waves the hand from left to right.
There's no better.
If you won't mind, my lords. You see as they begin to move away. And Alvin is also going to go away. Prepare the room. Marcus will step forward. Thanks so much for having me in the meeting. Oh, it's the first one. With all of
Yes.
you.
Marcus, you do understand that nothing in these meetings are to ever be spoken about, correct?
That is what Lord Irwin told me. I am following suit with that. And this has just been great. Honestly, best time. I didn't have anything to contribute. I thought I might have a moment or two. But honestly, I was just really confused half the time. So
You do actually have something to contribute. All of the thorn stems. I'm gonna need those to make potions. So if you could make sure those are in a warehouse tomorrow.
oh yes, I will make sure that they're put into the stock house on the side of your keep, of our keep, my keep,
Our keep,
our keep.
not your keep.
Right. All right.
You're welcome, then I fell.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll get to that, my lord. See, they kind of run away.
What the hell was that good?
Getting a little too big for his boots.
Elmar
God
stands
damn
up.
it, Owen.
My lords. They also walk, leaving Bruga and the Sotaris Morgan. See, Sotaris uncorks a flask, chokes it down. If you have any use of ship in this killing of a god, just let me know. And don't die. Crazy fucks. You see as they kind of scratch their head, just completely confused.
Grab some water. Grab it.
Are we gonna
Looks-
tell him about what just happened over in the City of Stone, or are we just gonna pretend that it didn't happen?
Dude, we have
Tell
a
them
lot
about that if we
going on.
live.
If we live with them. Is that your promise?
That'll be the plan. Yeah.
Oh man.
I was really hoping that we would wait a little bit before, promising our troops places. It's okay though.
You didn't make that very clear.
Well, no, it was more I wanted a little bit more power before we go kill Ursivus. A little bit.
Well,
What
they're
do
not
you-
going
what do we-
anywhere until
yeah.
we're done.
Well, no, that's what I was saying is that I wanted level ups. We're not gonna get level ups before we kill the god.
Oh, you want to get more experience.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you have a list. You could hold the tourney, fighting it. you could host a tournament and then fight, have a group
A put
competition.
together tournament in 24 hours.
Are we killing people?
He wants to
You don't
level up.
have to kill people in a
I don't. I
tourney.
just got
Oh.
back. I don't know. What?
Yeah, he wants to level up before.
He wants to level
go
up
into
before
the
you go and
swamp.
fight a god.
Well, 14's a pretty big level up for everybody.
That's a big
Yeah.
jump.
It's huge
It's a lot of
level up.
experience.
We're
though.
nowhere
Nowhere
near,
near it.
14.
Nowhere near. it.
No, that's what I was saying.
Killing
Like,
Ursivus might get us to 14.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we do
Yeah.
that maybe.
You
I mean, I'm hoping it gets us to 14.
The plan, though, see, but your plan, I was gonna say, you could just run into the undead horde and start killing him. Ah, it's been 6 hours of combat. Their exhaustion level is 7. Ah, is it more? More! But then your
I thought about
Orcivis,
just
but then your
enlisting
plan of
Belzar to
Orcivis
kill
is
him.
like gone. I mean, but Belzar
Yeah.
shares the experience. So if you bring Belzar, Belzar is gonna get a chunk. You know that, right? So
That's fair.
if we're talking meta-wise, right, you're actually doing yourself harm by bringing Belzar away.
Okay, so we kill Orcivis, then we kill Belzar.
Oh my
What? No. We're literally going in here to save another dragon?
It's fucking of mice
then
and
we
men
kill
over here.
Gorgat.
Belzar, come over here. I need to show you the rabbits.
Jesus.
Eldar, look at the bay
look,
as we're
look
on the
at,
island.
look at the
Yeah.
bay, Belzar. Just look
It's
at
beautiful,
it.
isn't
you
it?
see his draws the bait of everything.
Look at the coconuts outside. Look at the
Look at the bay,
coconuts.
Belzar. Look at the bay.
Hear the whistle. The last thing he hears is the whistle of the bane.
I don't know whose mic is going hot. I think it's
Dog.
your
Is
Steven.
that?
Just
That's
FYI.
Steven's.
Yeah, Steven, your mic's going hot.
Oh,
He's like watching TV, not listening to any of us. It's
Yeah,
fine.
It's like
doesn't-
stuck. Annoying.
Yeah, it's all right. So at this stage, Bruga is going to look towards you all. I suppose you want something from dear Bruga.
I don't really know.
I was gonna ask Bruga if you could teleport me to the battle site of Erithun and Tresgol.
Oh, that is not what Bruga had in mind. Bruga thought you all wanted a goodbye kiss.
Oh,
I mean, we'll take one of those as well. I actually also had a question of, you don't happen to know a way I can keep my potent spell casting while I take off this crown? God, this is gonna suck so bad.
Bruga understands that your magic is given to you. It is not
Ooh.
earned. If you take this crown, you will not have magic.
Figured. That's unfortunate.
Bruga will do this for you, Tegan. Bruga will teleport you. We will try to find what we can of these dragons. And perhaps we will spend an evening together.
perhaps.
Bruga just might have fatigue from teleportation and can't teleport us back until the next day.
That would mean she has slept with 3 out of the 6 party members.
I was
so
about to
just
say,
have throw
welcome
that
to
out.
Bruga's world, Tegan. This is how it works.
I mean, she diddled inside my mind for a night. I don't know what she did to me while I was out, so.
Fair. Alright, so it sounds like we all have things to do, and tomorrow we'll convene to make preparations, and I'll begin crafting potions and poisons, and we'll plan to leave.
And I
Should
will
we-
get on that magic item task list so that we can do that.
Let me see real quick because I think I'm trying to see what I give up here.
Okay.
So I'd probably take off the helm,
Okay.
and then I would take off one of the stones. Does anyone want another stone?
I don't have any attunement slots open right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't either.
Okay, so
Well,
that
actually,
gives
I will
four.
once I give. Oh no.
I only asked for 4, right? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Okay, perfect. Yep, we're good. I just wanted to make sure you weren't making them, and I wouldn't be able to use them. That'd be pretty shitty.
So you want an amulet of Acuity, an amulet of Fortitude, a cloak of Absorption, and a cloak of Displacement. That is a lot. Where
Is that just for Brennan?
that is
Yeah.
just for Brennan.
He says.
To be fair, he has the least magical items out of everyone.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the only
Also-
thing I really have is my armor, my ring of protection, and my bongos, and the staff of warding. But
I can.
You said a cloak of absorption, and then what was the other one?
Book of displacement.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, a lot of these are very rares.
Yeah,
if you can't do all of them, it's fine. I thought we were gonna have more downtime than we are. That was the problem.
I just put
So
the
if-
proof Beskar plate and my helm of the Dragon Slayer in the group chat. So if we need to sell those to buy his items, we have money.
Okay.
I'm also probably going to buy out everyone's potion stock because 24 hours to craft potions is not.
I'm
enough
also I can throw my helm in there as well if we're selling stuff.
You should keep that helm.
I have the ability on my armor. I have dragon scale armor.
It does the same thing that the cloak does, that the
John-
helm does.
Yeah. The only thing is we can't sense dragons.
Oh, well then
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
the helm is for those who are going to be basically wearing non-dragon scale armor, and they want to also have the ability to ping the dragon. And I think that is, it's not an item I don't think the whole party needs to be wearing the whole time. Like, you could also be more a little bit stringent. If you wake up in the morning, attune to it really fast, right? You could just then get a ping off, and then you're like, okay, we know. It also may be an item that only one of you needs to wear, right? Because it is changed item now. There is not actually a consumable factor to the helm, so it's like there is. It is kind of built back to. I think a good way to describe how I redesigned the helm is that instead of it being like, because it is an attune item, right? So instead of having like a limited use, right, it just takes a minute to ping. So you actually, if only one of you has this on, you actually can just constantly just have that one person just use that helm and kind of detect the presence. But beyond that, the dragon scale will suffice. So if you have dragon scale, you're going to be able to get the benefits usually of that. Yeah.
I wear it because I'm worried about like if we have to fight the other black dragon for some reason, the fight for presence and their breath attacks. That's what I'm worried about.
Well,
But
you
I
got a
don't know.
We're
paladin.
saving that black dragon.
I mean, I'd love to. Is that an option?
That was my whole plan, was to go save him because he's
Were you-
young.
Was your plan to just kill the young dragon, Peyton? Is that what you plan on doing?
I'd love to save him if we can, but he's
Yeah,
been in
that's
the
fucked up, dog.
Shadowfell like his whole life.
I don't know, Peyton. It sounds like you were going in there with the murder mindset.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Kind of rude.
Woke up in the morning, I got murdered. I'm bye-bye.
So, could we just like buy my stuff? I don't think I need you to make it, right? It's just rare.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you could probably buy it.
I was like, yeah, I can sell my shit that I had and buy it.
maybe we should kill the undead.
I'm gonna
Get some exquisite remain of rotten flesh so I can make my great poison. My best poison.
Listen, we can
can't do
buzzsaw
that without giving
up.
up the plan. Bruce.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
me
Adam-
as a
Adam's
person,
gonna
not
get
me
back
as a
and be
character.
like, wait, what are we doing?
Well, after we kill Orspis, we can buzzsaw the entire Shadowfell.
Yeah,
You
fuck
want-
it. Why not?
Oh yeah, dude. We
Yeah.
just
I got a
fucking
grudge. Yeah, I don't care.
Let's-
Let's do this.
Yeah, Marius is like, I'll fight the
The next month in one combat.
Well, that's what I was thinking. We just take Belzar, let him frost breath over everybody, and just we just rake up some materials off of that after we kill Orson.
We just talked about like the Mages of Reckoning and how we didn't really have a whole lot there to really kind of do a quest right yet. Like, there's not a lot of reasoning to go through with that. Obviously, Steven, you created something, right? You're like, hey, alliances, which is actually really good. You came up with something. But really, carpet bombing the Shadowfell? What is the point of that? Where do we get anything from that? I mean,
No,
really?
No, we
God,
carpet
Bob.
bomb the undead as we come back from killing Orcivis, like on this side of the
okay. Yeah,
congruence.
Sure.
Okay, kids. I think we need to
Can you
rein it
imagine
in
the
a little
response
bit.
from the generals?
And we need
Can you
to,
imagine?
we need to hit the ready break and all go do our shit. And stop
Yeah,
talking.
ready,
Like, all right.
break. All right, let's
Ready,
go. Yeah.
break.
Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to Orcivis, don't I? Son of a
Okay, so
bitch.
there's a couple things we need to kind of get through here. The first thing is I need to set up your market a little bit here because it sounds like we're just going to be doing just some generic shopping. Now, as far as the only item I heard, which was a D&D 5e item, was the Cloak of Displacement. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm still trying to make
Bracers of
that magical
defense,
discovery,
right?
but I need to,
Yeah,
I
so-
think I just need to get the materials still.
Yeah, so if we using the crafting guide that we're working with here, this is pretty much a final version. So downtime activity wise, for magical discovery, it has to be taken outside of the session. You have to talk with me about it, that kind of thing. And then from there, it's getting the materials and stuff. And then obviously you can go through with the craft. I think, Steven, we talked about your item quite a long time ago.
Yep, it's just the
Um,
divine hair stuff. I think that it's just need a fuckload.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of in the sense of like, can I get materials, that kind of thing. And obviously you have a trader here that's going to sell materials, your creature materials they could potentially have the materials you're looking for. I just have to start rolling for that stuff on the table. But do be mindful, you can procure, right? So you could go through a procurement, but that takes a number of days, right? The procurement basically gives you the materials to be able to craft the item. You can also go through acquisition, which then you will discover a merchant that is going to sell a Cloak of Displacement. But that too takes 5 days. So that downtime is not something that is feasible right now for the party. So your best chance here for a Cloak of Displacement is to try to work with Brugha, because the actual traders for like Brugha, they will sell D&D 5e items. Brugha, but like the kind of like the random stuff you're going to find in your market won't. So Brugha being a notable NPC trader, they will carry actual magical 5e items. I do have a table for that. I need to roll for it, and that will produce the things. It's extremely rare, though, I have to tell you, if they're going to have a Cloak of Displacement. And I think that might just be outside of the reach of the party right now with how much time constraint you have.
That's completely fine. That's actually the one that I least want. So
Okay.
I'm cool.
But the other stuff, because that is in the actual crafting, those stuff are all going to be rolled to the random traders that I'm going to now populate here. This is the first time I've used this. On the new system here, and so these macros could be. I tested them a little bit, but they might end up having some problems. Just gonna have to give me a little bit of time to set this up. So I think actually right now it might be a good time to take a break, so that way I can set this up really fast. It's not going to take me too long. That's going to keep you guys here. It might also give us a little bit of time too for Adam to come
Yeah.
to the session. If he has any say on your plans, go ahead here. So we're going to take an early break. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break now, so that gives you a chance to get some drinks, use the bathroom, and then I'll set up the market and get those rolls going. For our trade stuff, we have on the agenda, we have Thanos. You need to talk to Orcivis, right? We need to go through some sort of performance and see if we can bypass some of the, essentially get to an audience without having to go through the gauntlet, so to speak. We also have Varus wanting to take a moonlight stroll with Lady Cinderella. We have Tegan wanting to check out the dragon, all that fun, the dragon fight and stuff. That is going to be a roleplay moment. That is going to be actually a significant roleplay moment, which is going to be interesting. And then we also have to go through you, Marius, because Marius, you're going to be taking off your helmet and then going through some things with the Raven Queen here. The only lives you, Steven. So Lucar, I imagine you're just going to be hitting that market up, trying to find a trader that's going to sell those materials for your magical discovery. Is that correct?
Yep. And I imagine I'm not going to be able to find them all yet. It's just
It's up to the
huge
rolls. I've
materials.
changed the roll tables. I've definitely increase the trader for the actual materials. So it could come out to be quite heavy that they're going to offer you here. So I just have to go through those tables and roll them out. All random now. All right, for watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll come back at about 12:47, maybe 12:50 p.m. PST. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
downstairs.
Gotcha. All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us. Okay, so synopsis, right, for you, you Adam, joining us here. So synopsis is, right, that Lady Cinder Elena and you all have formed an alliance. The alliance is that you're going to be sending the soldiers, the knights of Mark the Glavian Mages, and you'll be sending them down south to aid Lady Cinder Elena. It's because Lady Cinder Elena has discussed and said that in a month, the lines the south side of Gorisamba, which is where this war is being waged at the current moment, will fall. They know that it will fall. The green serpent, Rumina, that elder green worm, consistently plagues the Temerian warships. Those are what holds the Scourge at bay at the present moment. There is just an amassed force with high capabilities of magic, power, and monstrous intent that the Talthars and the Temerians cannot actually fight back. And so now that the warships are being depleted, no bombardments will land will land, and so there's nothing impeding them from just circumnavigating their front lines. Merlander is built on a plateau. They mentioned the plateau. That's what they kind of call it. They call it the plateau. Now it is a defensible city. There are walls, and so your forces are going to be sent in defense of that city, not necessarily sent in defense of those front lines. It is intended that by the time your forces would arrive, either by teleportation or by movement, that they're best served to try to fortify Merlandar and get ready for the siege that would befall the city. They are aware that if the forces could move away from Merlandar, but if that's the case, they will have a huge envelope of a counterattack from Merlandar, right? Because their forces would be spread. So their best interest here would be to take over Merlandar, secure the bay, and they have completely the entire south side of the continent. That is what Lady Cinder Elena is telling you, probably reported from their generals or they themselves. That's the alliance. Now, what you get in exchange is a stockpile of Beskar. There is a dynamic here of history between two noble families, one of which became a vassal, which was later, the Mad King Delron, and the other one was Chandronar. That was not the name of the family, but they founded Chandronar. They created that kingdom. They were not a vassal, so there's two kind of stockpiles of Beskar. The Mad King actually decided to keep a majority of it there instead of sending it to Temerians, and that's just how abundant those mines were. And so all of the Temerian soldiers have Beskar armor, things like that. So you're going to be getting that in caravans, right, and sending to the city. That allows you to make more cannons. It's going to allow you to do whatever you want, maybe outfit your soldiers with it if that's what you wish. You're not going to be sending your stuff, not yet, until what is on your western flank is dealt with. Because what Thanos has told your party is that the undead, Orsivis, all of that is just a big, giant threat. And it's a ticking time bomb that is eventually going to go off. Either you're going to deal with it, or whatever Orsivis decides to change on a whim, that's what Balkaran kind of worded it, will happen. That undead horde just continues to grow. So unless you can shut that bridge down or defeat the head of the snake, so to speak, then you are going to constantly be a threat, and you'll never be able to send forces down south, or perhaps even defend your city if the undead forces are significant. So that's kind of where we're on the motion of defeating Orsivis. That also means we'll maybe get a god level weapon, right? We could also get god level power, perhaps. We'll see what happens. Now, as far as the other synopsis of stuff, right? Lady Cinder Elena didn't talk about anything else beyond what happened on the last session that we had with Damodar being Hadron, with the alliance at the Palace of Mirren has with the Temerian Republic, that kind of thing. So really giving you an opportunity here to, if you want to ask any questions on that.
No, I think it's all pretty straightforward. I think he would have just suggested to the group, maybe not necessarily to her, but like if the dragon is the key thing that's screwing up all the operations, doesn't that ultimately mean that we need to go there? Maybe not right this second, but maybe next, since we're the only ones who can do anything to stop that. But we can figure that out later.
Lady Cinder Elena will tell you, we can definitely roleplay this as well. The Elder Green Worm, Rumina, is what plagues the warships. That is the key The warships are what holds back the Scourge, but it is not what stops them. Erithun, great elder redworm, is what decimates the land. It is why the entrenched positions have to be fortified and protect against the dragon breath that flies through. If not for globes of invulnerability and other such magic and defenses, led by the houses of Elyon and their mages, as well as supported by Glinlar, we would succumb to the white breath of that dragon. It's two pieces, I suppose. Two keys, both dragons. So even if you deal with the Elder Green Worm and free up the warships in the bay, it would not stop Erithun from changing their attack from the land to the sea. But that would free up, perhaps allowing us to counterattack or push back the Scourge. With the Red Dragon in the bay, we might be able to push them back. So we could gain a foothold if the Green Dragon is removed. If you're after the dragons, that would be your best help in the war. To save Merlandar from a siege, or perhaps protect it while in one, then your best effort would be to slay that dragon. It is reported by my generals to stay in the water most of its existence throughout fighting and battle. I do not know, nor do my generals know, where that dragon makes a home. Serpent has only been shown to fly over the jungle of Silendal, a thick and vibrant jungle on the peninsula that extends on the southeastern side of that region. There are druids that claim within that jungle. Vodir, the same forces that fight for Damodar's Scourge, goblinoids under the banner, Draconis, they make home there as well. Those homes are long abandoned, made to fight, or to settle on the Isle of Beer. There could be remnants, perhaps those people that wish to aid you, those that did not board the ships and set sail under the command of the Master of Dragons. But the druids that lie there in their circle, they will pose a challenging threat to navigating that jungle if the dragon does have a lair inside there. So, out of character, Lisa and Erlena is communicating here is that they don't know where the dragon lair is because the green dragon attacks from underneath the water and rarely comes above ground. It is a sea serpent, if you would call it that in a way. And the only time that has been reported to fly is from rangers, the Elendor, that actually spotted flying over the Silendon jungle and report that back to the city. And so if you are to investigate where that green dragon lair is, your best bet is to head for that jungle and see if anybody else has spotted it landing inside. But that's a challenging threat. You can also rendezvous with those Rangers of Elendor if you wish to. That's also a suggestion as well. I'll give you that.
Do we have means of looking underwater, connecting to the peninsula? Because if it's coming from its lair and it's underneath the water like Grugash's was, you might be able to find a subterranean entrance through the water.
You have experience fighting Grugash. You know what an amphibious dragon is capable of and how deep they can go. So you understand that this dragon could do the same. There could be a terranean entrance underneath the water. That is outside the capabilities, I would say, of the Lady Cinder Lane at the present moment. So the resources are quite used up. You cannot take a devotion of all of those patrols and submarine or even magic to.
Oh, I don't mean her forces.
Oh no,
specifically.
no. I know that. I'm just saying that's why they haven't done it, Right.
Yeah.
It's not that they couldn't try to find where that dragon's lair is. It's they just don't have the resources to vote towards it.
And if they don't have a way of dispatching it, there's no point in finding it.
Exactly. So even if they found that entrance to the lair, if they can't actually slay the dragon, then there's just no point. So that's kind of what Lady Cinderlane is getting at here. But yes, to answer your question, Maldor, or Lady Cinderlane, yes, if your attention is turned in the direction of the green dragon, you do have capabilities of slaying it. That would greatly help the city.
Killing it or potentially turning it to better purpose.
Agreed. You have any
Suspect I
method of convincing them or turning them?
From all the chromatics, we've been led to believe that one might be the most susceptible to persuasion.
I have heard the same. Romina, or as some like to call them, Ramana, that are most devoted, have actually had quite a thrall for many centuries. And that thrall has not been led to destroy, but rather to convince that there is a greater home away from the Temerian colonizers that claimed this land, the far south and east, the outreaches of the Sillendown jungle. They were the ones that, after Barry Thune had fell, that the Vodier served. There is a chance to negotiate with that dragon, to command it and control it. Would do so. It would be vital in attacking the Vodier ships that set sail from the Isle of Bier, the desolate land that Uther is now.
Something to consider. In the meantime, I suppose we've got to go kill a god. Minor one. I suppose you have any advice on how to do that?
I have no business in the killing of gods, nor do I have any business of killing of dragons. My studies are that government, scholarly pursuits. But I was trained in martial prowess, as such highborns generally are, aligned to the houses of Elyon. And like Okundo, I do have talents in magic. Of course, I did from meeting the Rangers of Niflheim, falling in a love in my younger years, that of natural magic, becoming attuned to the plants, the life around. I use that in my martial fight to gain an edge. But it has been a long time since I have wielded a sword and danced in battle. In fact, saving Hadrian was only one of a handful of times in the last dozens of years. Right. No more questions. At that point, they're going to continue, right? And this is going to be in the city for a week. So I told them they did a verbal agreement for the alliance, and then they're actually going to draft some paperwork themselves, and they're going to bring it to you, which is going to detail what you kind of talked about in this verbal agreement, and form a treaty of peace and alliance between your two people, and for the betterment whole of this continent. Obviously, we have roleplay moments that we're going to get to. Is there anything that you wish Maldor to get to? It sounds like literally in 24 hours you all are going to be heading out here.
I wanted to take some time with Brugga to examine that dagger and see if she could figure out whose soul was in it. I don't know if 24 hours is enough time for that. Other than that, I don't think anything else.
Okay. Yeah, that's something Brugga definitely do. Brugga is going to go with Tegan here and teleport them away. So, but that's just going to be an identify spell and a ritual casting, and as well as just understanding what they're kind of getting from that identify. So Brugga would be your best bet, being with spirits and souls and understanding hag magic and such. Yeah. Now becoming your resident ghost hunter. Your resident ghost hunter. Ooh. I found one. So I will go ahead and move on to the market here and just kind of describe what's going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and drag your tokens down so that you have vision. And I will also place. I will create an ambience here. I'll just create a massive effect radius of this ambient sound for the market here. It's like it's getting hit by the statue. That's pretty funny. Cool. I will remove the statue there so that that sound can freely pass through the center point of this market. I'll make it 600 feet. All right. So I think this is the first time your party's been on this market kind of style what I'm doing. So I've actually created or found some market maps to try to represent various places that would have these markets. So your city is kind of given this one just because you're a decently developed city at this point, and it continues to grow. So you have just a presentation of the various traders. The various traders are going to be given a title and their name, randomizing those names, and the title there is going to detail of what wares they might be carrying. These traders are going to be, I'm going to also turn down the audio of this thing because that's way too loud in the ambient. Okay. These traders are going to have a randomized version of the wares. They're also going to have a randomized, almost a buy and sell price. So some traders actually will buy and sell for more or less. And that is kind of cool because it allows you to go around and say, oh, I get a better price if I want to sell this item. And you can sell items to them. They will literally take your items from you if you want to sell stuff to them. Now, as far as Brugge's stuff is concerned, Brugge is going to have some actual D&D 5e items. So main and major like NPCs that are traders, they will have wares that will be from those. And those are randomized as well, and those are going to change. Somebody's knocking on the door. 1 second. I'm home alone here.
Inside the house.
It was my child, and they were literally banging on the door to come in. They would grocery shopping. That's pretty funny. So the market that you have here and the main NPC traders, they are going to carry obviously that diverse. Now, Brugge is set as a shop. So you have Brugge as a shop, which means there's a 30% discount. So they're actually going to sell, the items significantly cheap. They also have a pretty good buyback. So if you want to sell your items to them, they'll actually give you a decent amount for that compared to other traders. The 4 items they have a Crystal Ball of Telepathy. It's a legendary item. They have Elder Cartographer's Glossography, and they have Marvelous Pigments and Wayfarer Boots. So you're more than welcome to click upon those and peruse as far as those items are concerned to see how they work and those descriptions. They do not have a Cloak of Displacement, and this is the only main major NPC that your city has for vending, so there will be no other trader with a Cloak of Displacement here. Now, there'll be a trader here. That is your random trader, and that one is going to have a diverse amount of materials, and that is also pulled randomly from a table of a certain quantity. And so you're going to be able to see those, and they're also going to sell price. That buy sell price will be randomized as well. Okay. Any questions on this? Cool. All right. Awesome. So what we're going to do here is allow you opportunity to peruse the vendors and traders. At the same time, we're going to be going through the role play of these moments, various things. Who wants to start?
It don't matter.
Don't matter. Someone's got to take the. Come on. Someone's got to step up. Let's go. Who wants to go?
Come on, dude.
I feel like time-wise, huh?
This is all your shit, man.
Yeah, but I don't do it till I'm asleep. So time wise, yours goes first, sir.
Is it? Okay. That's fair.
I
I'm just nervous.
figured as much, which is why we'll put you on the spot, and then we'll just shift gears, and everyone can watch me fail at lying to a guy.
Okay. It's fine with me.
Okay. So we want to go with Peyton first. The little moonlight stroll.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, here we go, baby. All right, so all I'm going to do here is I'm going to just pull you out of the scene, bring you to this concept art of Fate Haven, since you're just going to be strolling through the streets. And let's get you on the scene actors. I'll pull up ladies and scene actors as well. Let's see if we can get some romance music in here.
Please. Fucking hell.
Do you not want? You want it? What do you want?
No,
Here, I'll
I'm
give
just,
you a You want a dragon
I'm
attack?
definitely, I'm flustered because I'm not used to doing this. It's all good. It could be romance music.
We'll do this one. Very inspirational. City of Wonders. What's this called? You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So, you head away from the keep outside of your inner gate wall, the gatehouse there, as you pass across the bridge of an aqueduct that has been made as a canal right between the two streams of the Barren River. And you then pass over that bridge into the rest of the city, probably aimed, you're going to show off your tower,
So
You might be headed
I have
that
a
way.
plan.
But
okay? I
that's
have a
up to
plan.
you. I mean,
I
at this
was
point,
gonna
after crossing
say-
this bridge, it's entirely up to where you
I
want
was
to go.
gonna say that there was a garden outside of my tower that I was gonna bring her to, like a flower park, kind of like something nice and romantic.
Okay. I like it. I like the thought. Here, let's do this one then. So you bring him outside the tower in your little garden. Maybe grow some herbs and other things that you require for your alchemical or herbalist type crafting for the tower. See, as you have maybe a little park bench that's there, made out of mason stone, or perhaps wooden wrought iron. Open maybe a fountain, perhaps in the little garden, or just a well for water. You walk with the moonlight as it shines, the slight overcast and some of the clouds. Lisa and Elena, still elegant in their gown, now has a small scarf around their neck, as well as a small cloak that clings, that almost kind of goes just above the knees, and as it drapes, and it's still in the colors of Merlandar, which is these very regal blues, greens, and whites.
I think
Also-
Ferris would have changed into his formal clothes, which would be like a more military looking coat, jacket, rather than the mage robes. And they would be black and gold. They would be like his house colors.
Gotcha. Okay. Lacey and Erlane are relatively silent on this journey to your tower's garden. Just taking in the sights and sounds and the environment around them.
I think Ferris would kind of look at her, kind of look ahead, look at her, look ahead, try to gather the confidence to, flirt with her, and then would just say, so, my lady, how long have you been the active ruler of Landar for?
I have presided the Palace of Mirren centuries. Not always under the rule and thumb of the Talthar regime. Prior to that, I was the prime delegate Council of Mirren that tried to convince the people that the Mad King had gone mad. But the history is difficult to tell. Us elves, we live long years, much longer than you. And in that time, much can happen. We group these moments together. I spoke of Calamar. That was only one such moment. The large life of an elf. Calamar was the Mad King's last order to build a castle of stone that was fortified and impenetrable from any incursion. And at its heart, planted was the seed of the Mother Tree. One of two. With it, its roots would grow, its leaves, flowers would blossom. Do not know what is made of that seed after the castle was brought to ruin under sabotage from the very people that were forced to make it, to build it. I only know that the Mother Tree had many properties relating to magic, controlling it, manipulating it, and even nullifying it. Not only could it be a spring of chaos and power, but also a black hole, endless in its taking. It's an emotional creature. It needs tender love and care. The stories of the Mother Tree and its fate in the end was lost. Such wealth could not be shared amongst the Fey Elves that lay claim to the Fey Wild. That is all that matters. The Mad King did much more than build Calamar. As I had stated, it is one such moment in a long life. And much of their life was lived peacefully and without madness. Mad King also, several of their descendants, became queens of the Talthar regime, bonding an alliance. In fact, one such marriage is what waged war in the kingdom of Uther, brought it to bear by the Talthar. They might lack prowess of arcane magic, but when it comes to striking steel of the unworthy, bring their holy retribution and their vengeance, they do not hesitate and they give no quarter. That is why they have supreme primacy of martial combat.
You know, to kind of change the subject, how are you doing during all of this chaos that relates to Damodar? You almost brought him up as your own. It had to have felt like a huge betrayal.
I knew Hadrian as a boy. I watched him grow. What I can tell you, only you, I suppose, can truly understand the power that is given to somebody that they don't seek it. Hadrian has the bloodlines of 2 dragons. Something that is unheard of, and only that was shown by the draconian sorcerers long ago that served the dragons and brought the people into a new age. Peace. Gold and red is what Damodar possesses in their blood. They always showed talent. When they told me that they wanted to head to the Wizard's Keep, as I told them of their father and the power that they held, by study and knowledge, the arcane arts, they wanted to become more the blood that pumped within their veins. They wanted more knowledge. So even though they were outshining many of the Glenlar mages, they were always modest. I do not recognize the boy now. Not only has their power grown 1,000-fold, also they are no longer at peace with themselves. They no longer have modesty. They know what they really are and what power that holds upon the world, and they seek to enact it. Their appearance even has changed. I suppose that's from the two bloods that lie in their body, slowly turning them into more dragon and less human.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder what my life would have been like had I never been chosen. You know, maybe there was someone out there who was more qualified, more able to do the job that I have to do. But unfortunately, I was chosen, taken far away from the beautiful black sand beaches that were my home. I don't know. Personally, I hate Damanov for doing this to me. This isn't a burden I want to carry. It's not fun. You know, I was the second son before all this happened. I wasn't even the heir to the house, so really I didn't do much of importance. And then my brother left. Then I became the heir. Then I find out I'm a piece of a lost god that has to do great things, and I hear that I'm the center of a prophecy of a uniter who must make sure people stand together before a great evil, and I always wonder if I'm actually worthy of such prophecies and power. So at the same time, I hate it. I'm grateful because I've been able to grow at an exponential rate. I'm the most powerful mage my family has known in generations. But I love it and I hate it. Sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but I feel like I understand Demodar in some ways, but in some, I don't understand why.
I have long believed that Hadron had uncovered something, and like you, they were mad and upset, driven to anger, given to some burden. When they were born, did not know much about their life. Didn't even know they existed. Their mother was an orphan. Uncovered nothing of their lineage. Is why I found it strange. 2 dragons' blood in 1 human. Gwen was her name. Mother must have come from some greatness. Perhaps some mutation. I believe this is what Hadrian had found. They were some experiment gone awry. There was some prophecy that they were chosen to do. Having such power to wield, they aim to go against that. Turn the tide of what holds that prophecy true. To fight fate could be a more burden than just following it.
That's what all of the ill-fated kind of mean to do. We all fight fate in our own way. Except for me, I really do feel like I follow it. I want to. As much as I hate the burden of it, I want to be the reason people unite and fight for a good cause. I want to be the reason that people know that they are safe. I just didn't. I think, some of the being a second-born son comes into play here. I didn't realize how heavy. Oh, he's. Is Michael still here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Your screen changed, and I got
Oh.
so discombobulated.
Sorry.
Adam turned his
I
camera
think
off.
Adam
that's
turned his
all it was.
camera
It's
off.
just like,
Yeah.
Discord-
Discord shuffles,
Adam, you're
my
fucking
man.
up his flow, dog.
Discord shuffles. This is
Oh,
why we
wow.
can't have a fancy stream overlay, because Discord likes to fucking play,
Yeah, when you shut off, I was like, "Where'd he go?"
Yeah. No, I'm still here.
Sorry. Shit. Damn it. Why did
Bring
I
it back.
Stop.
Come on, Peyton. Bring it back.
Get
Get the Riz going.
What did I say last? Oh,
Family.
yeah. So I think being the second-born son in a noble family, it allows you to grow up in such great ignorance. I didn't know what the burden of leadership was like. I wasn't tasked to learn. I was just allowed to go and study magic, so I did. And I found great joy in that. And then all of a sudden, when the burden fell on me, I hated my brother for leaving. I hated my brother for leaving me with this job. But now I can't imagine not doing this.
Then you know what it is like to lead. You have fine people here in the city. I've spent the day speaking with them, talking from the lowest of life of commoners, that of some nobility that have made refuge here after the fall of Beelder, pledge allegiance to the Council of Fate of the city, bringing their own banner and their own people here. You are creating something. And as much as I do not wish to see it, I believe that Damodar is trying to create something as well. But in their creation, they are destructive. They are destroying what it is that could become something else, something better. Perhaps they wish to create ashes so that the seeds that they are sowing will grow quickly. Maybe they see that time is of the essence. They have no choice but pave destruction in their path before all is lost.
You're pretty incredible yourself, just teleporting to the other side of the continent to a group of people you met once and trusting that your safety and that your alliances would have been fulfilled. I admire it. really.
I do appreciate this. My wisdom leads me to believe, under the experiences that I've had over centuries of leadership, in governing a council on matters of diplomacy, that it's best to show one's face with little arm, guard, little protection, be vulnerable, see for what they truly are. But make no mistake, I do have other talents beyond diplomacy. Things were to go south, so to speak. I'd be able to remove myself from the city and get to safety.
Oh, I have no doubt. I assume you are also studied in magic a bit, being from Landor. I heard there was a wizard's college in the area.
Yes. I grew up in the palace. I had many tutors, some of them from the Wizarding School of Glimlar. They are a culmination of the noble houses of Elion that came together to build the Wizarding School, train in the arcane arts, to the many that lacked it throughout the far south of this continent. I wasn't raised to be a soldier. I was raised to be a diplomat. Someone that would hear the voice of the Mad King before they were mad and lead them with my wisdom. Some of my educators came from faraway lands, and they told me about many tales, failures, rulers that clung to power. They were blinded by it, failed to find reason. I was trained in the way of the sword, and later, the Rangers of Nifid. And my first and last love, Aramil, fell. I buried them in the Nifendel forest, near one of their favorite places. I visit there every year. On their body has grown a tree. I would like to believe that their spirit inherits that tree.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It is of no consequence. They were doing what they loved. Nifendel is a magical and mystical place. There are many dangers that lurk there. There are many factions and people that seek its riches. Aramil only wished to protect those, keep them safe, out of the hands of those that wish the forest harm. And they were not powerful enough to defeat the enemies that befell them. I did not swear vengeance, nor did I hunt them. Still to this day, I do not know who killed them.
How did you find out about his passing then?
This cohort. Rangers of Nifendel are a large group. They hold themselves to the southeast of the wood, more south than east. They have many outposts of trade, especially to the small halfling village of Salon. Those routes are protected into the Home Palome. Very fertile land that was once breathed upon by ash and cloud when Mount Cruz erupted. It now is used for farmland, large sweeping fields of grain. It'd be best to show you. When you travel to the south, perhaps I can show you those fields. They are beautiful.
love-
Midsummer.
I'd love to see it. You said that his favorite thing was doing that. What would you say your favorite pastime is? Whenever you have time to yourself.
He looks towards you with a smile. Well, then let me show you. We look towards your tower, grabbing your hand. Shall we?
Of course.
Allow them entry into your tower. They find themselves into your library, to your study. Picking a book after book that they themselves have read by the dozens. Wanting to show you chapters that they love and enjoy. And that is our fade to black.
Yay!
Sweet.
Good job, Peyton.
He
So-
did it.
Proud of you, man.
Yeah, I got a lot of information out of that too, though.
Mhm.
So proud of our young lad.
All right, who's next?
That was a double whammy.
Yep. You're
I
welcome.
guess that's me.
Ooh, okay. All right, Thanos is
Okay.
up. Hmm. Oh, that's why it was being weird. Gotcha.
Oh, because I'm buying all this stuff.
Oh, no, it's just previous stuff on the map. It's previous from the migration, so it's like kind of having a hard time.
Consumables. My consumable list is like this long now.
Rest in peace.
What are Silver Dragons? Frost? Is over there?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
Silver Dragons are
getting
cold.
frost damage now. Cold, whatever. Yeah.
See as Orsiphus stands, sits upon their throne of iron barred rolled, mind energy that begins to glow and seep as they hover. The Oculus is never blinking. 6, 3 on either side. Tan and black tattered robe. Seamless black body, no legs. Simply sits there, scythe draped over the armrests of that iron rolled chair. Going to scene, I think should be good. Hey, did you get back out of the market?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like, yeah, let's just make sure. So, to communicate, obviously you activate your crown. You might have to fall into a little bit of a slumber, right, to be able to reach this place, but you know that you're able to connect with Orsiphus when you so choose to upon that slumber state, known as the dream state. Orsiphus looks towards you as the head just slowly lifts itself up. Mind vital.
I take a knee and bow my head. I have obtained the twin grail of the sun god. I was unable to convince my companions of giving me both artifacts. However, I would like to seek an audience to bring this to the Shadowfell for safekeeping.
Such an item of power. Halor's blessed creation. You would give me this honor, Mind Vital.
Traverse into the Shadowfell. I know we didn't have the best understanding of each other when we made the original deal for the egg.
No, I suppose we did not. You know what the Grail is capable.
That's life, is what they told me.
Is that what the figure of Palor told you? Ruined temple. Mind Vital.
Is essentially that you could not die whilst drinking from it daily?
It has the power. Eternal life. We heal from wounds. It's gifted with life. Eternal. It is also given to the child of Palo Io. And I know what its intentions are. Thanks to your memories, Mind Viper, your knowledge is vast. You will bring me this grail and the scepter. Your servants, they have been useful, but they are not needed now.
I am but one person. It may be easier to take the scepter from them if we can get them into the Shadowfoe.
Think like me, Mind Viper. Becoming more than my chosen each and every day. As you breathe life, and your memories collect. Yes. You will bring them. And here they will fall into my dominion. With the scepter and the grail, you will leave the Shadowfell after your friends are my slaves. You will march the undead army into the holy city. Claim it for your own. With the congruence open, I will ascend.
Sounds
see as they-
reasonable to me.
Focus themselves towards you. Crown still upon your head. As they're focusing their intent, you know that they can hear your thoughts. It is your choice, deception or performance. I'm not picking up your microphone, so if you're talking, it's not coming through.
Yeah, I was looking at my rolls. They're going to be the same roll, so, I feel like it's going to be easier to do a performance.
Okay. Oh. You didn't wait for my Doom box. That's fine.
Oh,
Rest in peace.
my bad.
OP. It's all good.
God damn it, Deuce.
Look, man, I have not rolled above a, 10 in days.
Mind Viper, I can't help but feel. See your thoughts as conflicted. Classic.
Nah, dude, you're bugging.
What?
Does it really surprise you that my thoughts are conflicted? You by extension through Trillia had me enslaved for I don't even know how long. We have only made our agreement within recent months.
Fucking
Fuck,
send it,
man.
dude.
Dude, why can I not roll today? I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm sorry, it is.
It is understandable, Mind Viper. The feelings. of you mortals. They shadow logic, blind you to the reality. The Death Knights will accept you. Make way to the Satoric Citadel. The Horde will They will give way. Bridge will be activated. I will see you soon. Mindvine.
It will be my honor to step foot into the Shadowfell. And I'll break the connection.
Okay. All right, who's next?
Just to be clear, 120k is 12,000 platinum, right?
Yep.
Okay. I can go with Brugge next.
Hey. I love this jumping around here, bouncing, bouncing.
So did he buy it? I had to use the restroom, so I stepped away for
think
a
he
second.
I mean,
bought
we'll
it with
see.
some distrust because he knows I want to kill him.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Did you buy it?
We're gonna see.
Nah, not really.
I mean, the thing is, either way, bringing us to the Shadowfell is his best chance of killing us. So even if Deuce turns on him, that's the only way to kill us anyway. So
Yeah.
Glorious way for all of us to die.
Jesus, I got so many things dumped on me now. They're like, hey, you can make shit, right?
it's just a matter of fact of how long and how much shit we have to kill to get to him before we get to him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did just say that the Horde would make way and we can get teleported directly in, so we don't have to kill any of the undead.
Oh,
Also-
no carpet bombing?
What did you want, Tegan? It was Fairy Sight, Alacrity, and Fortitude?
Yeah, and absorption.
There's a ring over here. Very sight.
Oh, you should just
Yeah,
buy
it's just
it.
cheaper for him to make it.
Oh. Yeah, and you had the materials, so.
Yeah.
Amulet of Acuity here.
Yeah, I have the stuff to make like 6 of those, so we should definitely not buy it.
Like, so
Yeah,
what,
those are
amulets of
expensive, too.
acuity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you should make one for everyone in the party except for Joey, because he's the only one that doesn't cast spells.
I
I
get
don't
it,
know how
guys.
long that would take, though.
It's an hour per craft.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah,
get
I-
on it.
I could make so one for me, one for Tegan, one for Maldor, one for Lucar, and then Deuce is losing his spellcasting, so I won't make him one.
No, I'm keeping that shit. Didn't you hear my plan?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
still
not
going
gonna
to be able to
work.
spellcast.
he's
No,
busy with
it'll-
the lady.
You should take it off and not put it back on.
Yeah, you're
No.
gonna wear the leash of the person you're trying to kill while you're trying to kill him.
I know it's
Yes.
such a terrible idea.
You need a fucking circlet of not dumbass.
Got him. Fucking bitch.
My fucking.
Aren't you supposed to be my friend?
These are the people that are
Fucking
supposed to
wrong
have
with
your
you.
back.
I'm on
when
They're
we
board.
supposed to
go
have your
there.
fucking
Yeah.
back right
Yeah.
now.
I
man.
didn't call him a dumbass.
just-
I said
I just want you to do it smart.
I'm about to just actually feed you guys to Orcivis at this rate. Like, Jesus Christ.
That's fair. Hey, that's fair.
Let the record show Marius has not said a word.
Oh, no, yeah, you can join my Dominion.
Yeah,
and that'll
exactly,
Be my
yeah.
argument.
My-
He gets everyone else except for Joey.
I mean, I'm just like, hey man, maybe you should not like wear the thing that is is attaching you. And you're like, no, it's okay. All right. Although I'm not giving you the amulet to give us more shit for him to kill us with, so
You can make it and just hold on
You
to
get
it
it
till
after you survive. yeah.
It's a good
Yeah.
boy
Yeah.
reward.
It
Yeah.
can be my. You've come to the light side. You can have this. Now.
You've come to the light side.
It's like turning a Sith into a Jedi.
I love you, Anakin.
Does that doesn't seem right. Does the amulet double stack my spell slots?
What do you mean double stack?
So like the Weave of Time gives me spell slots. If I wear the amulet, I get more spell slots.
That is written in it is written in the crafting guide. That is also a kind of a hidden rule in the DMG. You can't actually wear items that have similar effects. So
Yeah.
that would
what I
also
thought.
that would follow through. If you already have an item that's giving you spell slots, you cannot have another item equipped that's going to give you more spell slots.
Yeah, because I was like, that's nuts.
Yep. That's in the DMG, and then I also have that reference in the crafting guide too for the items.
Right.
Okay, so we have Bruga at this point upon leaving, probably with you, Tegan, right? You're probably just going to leave from there and just teleport. You're going to find yourselves on the southwest side of the northern foothills here of Ismar. Obviously, the orcs have a high orc, right? They call it a particular name. You are in the kind of north of the wreckage of the Twin Fork. And general area as far as finding the material, right, of the dragon that was dealt a lethal blow. But that is going to be a little bit... it is going to be a little bit foreshadowed. I mean, maybe undershadowed, maybe perhaps, or overshadowed, however you want to really phrase it there, because there is rain. The wind is kind of moving through, and there is the striking of purple and pink lightning that is emanating from black clouds over the High Auric at current.
Huh.
Ruga's like holding, right, black poncho over the head now as they conjure it from their kind of wormhole from the Ring of Holding to kind of brace against the rain. Ruga was not expecting this. And kind of holding it up over the rain as it's coming through and looking, you can see it striking downwards on the High Auric. Trees are cracking from the lightning as it strikes into some of them that are sparse on the hills themselves.
Does it look like the... Can I tell which direction the storm is coming from? Does it look like it's moving?
Go ahead and make a nature or survival check. All right, so 23 here. You can tell that this is an unnatural storm. This is a magical storm, and it seems to be almost like a hurricane, the center point above the High Auric at some point, and the storm is emanating from that and causing the weather effects around you.
And that's just the region that we're currently in?
You are not in the hills. You are on the lowland of that, and you're basically teleported into by Bruga in a general area as where you kind of assume in your search that this would be. Now, remember, we've already gone on a hunt for this, so you're kind of coming back to the scene that you already found, and so you're kind of in the area. You just kind of have to now get a little bit closer because Bruga's can't teleport you right on it. They don't know what you know unless they can get a strain of your thought, which they attempted to do. And so now you're kind of like in a run-up scenario where you're just going to kind of run up to the area of the crash site of where that big slab of dragon scale and beat is kind of being most likely gnawed and chewed on, right, by animals and beasts, and hoping you can salvage anything. The actual storm right now is over the mountains. That's where the orcs and stuff are, right? So you can see this above and up. Right, and you kind of it's crashing down. It's a very low perch storm too. It's not very high up in the sky.
I think I would ask Bruga. I was like, do you want to go check that out real quick? I don't know what's going on over there, but it seems important.
It's entirely up to you. Bruga was here to take you where you needed to go. Bruga has teleportation cylinder, has few uses left.
Okay. if you'd like to come with, by all means. And I'll just call Tartugan down, hop on, and I'll kind of take a flight over there just to do a survey.
Tartugan flutters down. Step bro. Mount me.
Let's go.
And you mount Tartugan.
In case anyone's wondering, yes, I am pulling a deuce.
Nice.
Well, it's been nice.
Heading straight
For the
towards
people
Quick,
where
then let
you
me
yeah.
want
let me
not to.
death ward you.
You didn't even let the death ward, I know. All right. I'm trying to gauge your performance here on your actual system for the weather effect here. We're gonna try it. We're gonna see if this works. But I'll turn off the lightning effect. That probably is gonna help you. It's taking a little bit for you to load in. I know you have slow internet here. I'll be able to describe to you as you're flying. You begin to fly into the High Auric, aimed at getting into a general direction of where the storm is coming. You're 120 feet in the air on a high altitude fly-in. You can see the sand and the rock of the mountains as they're emanating, and they're beginning to change and transform and roll through in these sandy-like patches high up into the High Auric as you ascend. You're away from where the orcs would lie. This is not an area that you remember where Ukar's camp is, nor what was talked about as a settled place by the orcs, but you know they're very nomadic and they change. Perched upon the rocks and the sand as they are humming against the earth with their nostril snout of crystal is Tresgal. They look up towards you in the clouds of cover of rain and splash. They stare up towards you. You see as Brugga looks at you on the saddle of Tartugan, riding.
I think we're okay. I'm
Brugga
gonna
does not
kind
feel okay.
he's I don't know. I'm gonna kind of swoop down so I can get next to him. And
Okay, you have full control at this point.
Without getting too close, just so he can see me, I'll kind of hover below his head as like a sign of respect, because being higher than him is like a whole thing. I'll, because of the storm, him probably not being able to hear me, I'll just connect through the stone. And I'll say, Tresgal, are you okay? What's going on? Why are you here?
Tresgal picks up their head and looks towards you, the rain, the lightning cracking down. They say one word. Herald.
Looking at him, does it look like the same stupor he's been in terms of the old one? Because I don't think he's addressed me at all while he's been controlled.
Nope.
So this looks like just Tresgal?
Roll an insight check.
Fuck me, you, dude.
You guys suck at this whole rolling dice thing, man.
Fucking apparently, dude.
The body posture, it represents his Trezgal, but you're going off of one word speaking out towards you with familiarity. It's difficult to tell as far as why they are here as well. That's adding to the puzzle, and you are not able to match the pieces.
Can I attempt to use the stone to try to penetrate deeper to get further insight on his condition?
What action are you going to be taking with the stone, and kind of more specifically?
I want to try to almost do, like, in some manner of a detect thoughts. I don't know if that's a possibility.
So you're going to use
just-
telepathy, and then you're going to press further into their mind with a wisdom save. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to resist your telepathic connection. So the first is an actual intelligence saving throw. They're not allowing you permitting into their mind. Just make an intelligence saving throw.
Beautiful.
Natural 20.
Attaboy.
Penetrate into the mind. It is complicated. There's much happening there. But then quiet as soon as you enter. Like multiple voices chattering. As soon as you're there in the room, it stops.
Hello? Trezgal, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Henry.
Why are you here? What is going on?
I have awoken. A purpose but to grandeur. I am here on behalf of what you have done.
What do you mean, what I have done?
Your actions, Herald, have enabled me to find it.
What have you found?
I have found what is required. You hear the roar of a dragon in the storm. As you look in the direction of west, you can see glimmers of two dragons that are eerily similar, flying in the distance of this rain. It is Uba and Umi. Sees Trezgal snap. A snack! They speak with their voice. But they dare not come close. Because they know I have found it.
Trezgal, focus.
Was given a gift like you, Harold. Bonded. They were cunning, mischievous. But they, in the end, see as they look towards you, the eyes glimmer with pink and purple, cackling lightning. Scorched earth. See as they dig their claws into the sand ground, striking into the ground with one of their talons, using their burrowing capabilities. Begin to tunnel a large gaping hole of sand as they lower their immense towering frame into the ground. You can hear the cracking rumble of the ground underneath you. Fortunately, you are still in the air, not in the sifting of that sand. As that talon crashes into hefty sandstone and red rock. They lift a large prismatic object from the ground. Old ancient runes, a language of time, a series of the stone. It is the coloration of the same red rock. It is an eerily similarity to something else witnessed. It is also very large, and only on the top, perhaps, would it be small. In that bipyramidal shape, the bottom of that pyramidal is long, like a tooth as it extends down to the gums. Plucks it like a tooth. See the talons cackle with pink and purple lightning as Tresgal crushes it. A wave of energy extends outwards of blue as it washes across the rain. The rain shimmers for a time, even reverses in its trajectory, goes up, not down, as if it is reverted back in time for a brief second, and then continues to fall. See them stare at you. Harold.
What was that? What did you just do?
I destroyed what must be done to bring a new world.
What do you mean a new world? What are you planning? You're speaking in absolutes.
See
There's
as
no
they pick up their wings. See Uma and Umi in the distance. Tresgal looks, watches them as they turn their head. Look towards you. Goodbye, Harold. Crushing into the ground as they begin to take flight. As they crush into the ground, as they begin to take flight, they head south as the storm begins to subside.
Are they heading towards the twins?
Nope.
Okay.
The twins are
Can I-
merely flying around. The rain is softly falling down now, and the storm seems to have subsided. Tresgal flies, heading south, crushing into the ground. A swath of the wind pushes you back from the wings as they gust. They begin to gain altitude, high into the clouds. Disappear out of sight, unless you wish to pursue.
I don't think there's any merit to chasing him. I'd never be able to catch him.
Sand begins to fill here quickly. There is an abundance of it, leaving no hole. Only an entrance into a cave lies in the cracking of stone due north of where Tresgal was, roughly here in position. A lot of that rock has cascaded down, removing any entrance into what lies underneath, perhaps. Uma and Umi are quick to come and land onto the ground as they begin to feel the earth, breathing fire into it very quickly. They pay you no heed.
Do I have any understanding of what he pulled from the earth?
Make an intelligence check.
Nope.
6. All I needed was above a 5. It was nearly the same exact object that was plucked from underneath Trillia's fortress.
Shit.
Well, that's not good.
Ruger does not think this is good either. That is a dominated dragon if Ruger's ever seen one. Many voices in that one's head. Objects such of power as this, hidden in secret and shadow. However did they find it, Ruger wishes to know. It seems, as they look at you, Tegan, Ruger thinks you might know. See as the dragons come together slightly, holding their necks together and twining their heads from the necks as they mourn.
Ruger, what do you mean that you believe that I would be able to know how to do this?
Ruger knows you have familiarity with this dragon, Tresco. Tresco did not seek to destroy you. Perhaps Tresco cannot kill you. Maybe there is more that you need to do for Tresco to do more of this. After all, Ruger knows you to be chosen. Looks towards the twin dragons. Ruger thinks you should ask them questions. Ruger's not very good with dragons. You seem to be good with dragons.
Alright. I'll go ahead and kind of slowly fly up. I'll go ahead and dismount off of Tartugan.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and lower you to 0 feet on Tartugan, and then I will use the macro for you to dismount. There you go. Ruger will stay on Tartugan, though. See as the dragons turn, some pulling back. Uma's take a step forward. Twin brother takes a step back, and then Uma takes a step forward. Stomps on the ground. What do you want?
First of all, I'd like to apologize, personally. I directly took a violent action against you two, and I'm truly sorry for that. Everything that went down was not planned, and was a very spur-of-the-moment decision, and I understand that your loyalties to Ukar and your trust of our group was broken.
As they snarl. Our trust is to this place. They snarl, breath, fire comes out. Snarl. Twin brother. Uma, it is gone. Our home is destroyed. What we were tasked with protect is gone. And Ukar has betrayed us.
Ukar betrayed you.
Power of our essence. We are most vulnerable when we are young.
What exactly was the nature of the thing you protected?
Snarl and turn away. The twin brother speaks. Uma. Uma turns back around. Looks at you. stares, the fire eyes that glow as they take a step. An object that holds the world in balance. When we were eggs, our mother killed, told to us by Horan. Killed by what slayed Horan's father. Horan told us the objects, obelisks of time fracture. They were important. They had power. We were born here, hunted these mountains. We were found by Ukar. He came to us. The essence. We were in search of something. See as Umi looks. Something to bargain with. In case things went awry. Horan knows more about it than we. Or we were told. He was taken. Horan did all that they could to protect us. And another. Arog. He could not find us.
Do I recognize that name, Arog?
Nope.
Who is Arog?
Another dragon. There's more of us. Horan is a great protector. They did what they had to do. He told us to protect what lies in our lair. When we hatched, we did all that we could. Till Ukar came.
So, these fragments from what Horan told you, or
Not fragments. Uma looks. They are obelisks.
yes, my
Time
apologies.
fracture. That is the name that they were given. They hold time together.
So the more and more of these that are destroyed will send the timeline further into imbalance. Did Horan say the consequences of the destruction of these, or did he just tell you to protect them?
Just told us to protect them. Did not get to know more. Not yet.
The other dragon you spoke of, did Horan defeat him, or where is he now?
Do not know where Arog is. Fled. Maybe. Hiding. Arog was older than us. But half the gift. From you. hide in plain sight. Eldar was not so lucky.
So Arog is hiding from Damodar.
Hiding from the essence. What it can do.
What color of dragon is Arog?
We have copper. Scales. A rust red. Vibrant.
I see. Why must Arog not find you? Is there animosity between the three of you? Or...
We were told as eggs to hide, to grow, become more powerful than the essence could control us. Do not make numbers. In groups we will be found.
I see. So it wasn't that Arog was a problem. It's that more of you together is the problem. Easier to find.
Yes.
Well, as little as my words mean, I can assure you that you two being alive is worth more than you trying to stop Tresgall, because that would have not ended well for either.
Oscar. Orman spoke of them when we were eggs. Could not feel the power that Tresgall has till I saw them. They are as powerful, more than the one who killed our mother. Berithu. It would take thousands of years for us to reach that size.
Tresgall is immensely powerful. I once considered him an ally. Unfortunately, he is under the control of a much greater power at the moment. Breaking that control is definitely a goal of my group. Do you think that Horan would have any insight into how to break the control held upon Tresgall?
Orin knew that. They would break the control on themselves.
Well, from what I understand, the key factor in breaking the control, whether from the Old One or Damodar himself, is the combination of the essence. And if Horan's essence is not combined, then I don't believe there's any chance of freeing him. But I will say this to the both of you. I am truly sorry for what transpired, and I would like to say that me and my companions are going to find Horan. And I would understand if you two left and wanted nothing to do with us after everything that happened. But I will ask that you join us on our efforts to stopping Damodar and saving Horan. We have your essence, but we will never force you to fight for us.
We do not
We will-
trust you. But look, do what you will. We owe you nothing.
You're absolutely right.
See,
But I will say this.
They begin to move away.
Before you leave, I will say this to you. A world where Damodar isn't stopped is a world where you can't protect your brother.
As you see, they stop and they turn. And that time will be long after you are dead. They take the wing over top of their twin brother. They take flight to overcast rain. They begin to high in a swirl pattern before proceeding west and slightly.
I turn around and walk back to Tig and I go, fucking bitch.
Bruga thought you were good with dragons. Bruga does not believe you are good with dragons any longer.
All right, Bruga. They're teenagers, okay?
Ooh.
They're full of angst.
Teenage angst. You know what cures teenage angst. Tegan.
So,
You see his Bruga. Love.
Alright, I was
Alright.
waiting till you were done with all that, but here's all your magical items. for the-
lit.
You see his Bruga grabs the teleportation circle, teleportation cylinder, right? Kind of grabs it a little bit. Ooh, seems to be on the fritz. Unknown. See his Bruga looks around the back of Tartugan. What will we ever do, Tegan? So alone up here?
Alright, listen. Let's cut the shit, okay? Cuddling, a little bit of kissing. That's it.
My God.
Let's
Bruga will take
this
something
shit.
and a
Let's
fade.
cut the shit.
And it fades to black. And then you'll be promptly teleported back after some shenanigans. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's cut the shit, alright?
Cut the shit,
Also, I
Bruga.
took 600 gold to craft all that magic items, so just a heads up.
God
from
damn it.
How dare you, you piece of
Oh,
shit.
you're gonna make us
How
go
The
bankrupt.
cloak of
fucking
absorption
dare
isn't
you.
attunement?
It's all your shit! I didn't make anything for myself.
The cloak
I
of
lied. I
absorption
made
isn't
one thing.
attunement?
It isn't?
It should be.
I do not know.
Says it requires attunement.
Steven,
Maybe I'm just bugging.
Let
Yep.
me see here. Is it in your
Blast.
inventory?
do you
Yeah.
want a amulet of acuity?
Yeah, it does
Or
require
fine.
it does require attunement, but yeah, it does look like it maybe reset upon dragging in. Here, I'll put it to attunement required. There you go.
I noticed something was weird that Ring of Nourishment, I equipped it, it changed my maximum health, but I couldn't up my actual health. Like or my
yeah,
current health.
yeah. So anything that is going to be a modifier of your health pool, like an effect, it actually is going to lock you out from manually changing, because if you manually change your health pool while you have an active effect that's changing your health, it can't actually register the calculations of what it's adding to the previous value. So what you have to do is you have to actually just like turn off the effect of the ring. Then you can edit your hit
change
points,
it.
and then you
Okay.
can turn the ring back on. Because the
Gotcha.
effect, all the effect is doing is just adding a flat health onto your thing.
Okay.
Alright. Would anyone like me to make anything else?
Did you give me the amulet of health or whatever?
Like a tuna sandwich.
The amulet of fortitude?
Yeah.
I might have forgot. Let me look.
And I love the memes in the fucking chat. I love it, Adam, because his name is literally spelled like that. Hey, Brock. So you're welcome.
I
Hey,
forgot.
Rock
Brennan, my
Balak.
bad.
Hey, Brock. Hey, Brock. Hey, Brock. Hey, Brock. Yeah, I love it. You just happen to be so kind of maybe puts it in perspective of why Trezgol was actually there in the first place, right? And also
Yeah.
now perspective of what Ukar was saying and how they're just going to try to fuck up everything that you have planned, perhaps. And as Triskel said, scorched earth. So, yeah, the bond between Uma and Umi probably was not exactly mutual, it seems. And it seems that Uma and Umi actually, that was their lair. They were born there, and they were kind of, given words of wisdom and growth by Horan before they had hatched and kind of left there. And they said to protect this object, which they referred to as the obelisk of time fracture, and that it has great power, something to do with kind of holding the world together. And they have just been growing. I mean, they're not exactly large, they're not very old dragons in the concept of time. So they have just been kind of living in the High Auric, hunting and minding their own business as they grew as siblings here. And then Ukar comes back into the picture. And you know how the essence works. You understand that most likely was able to find the dragons with that essence. So, and from there began all of what you know now.
I mean, I didn't really expect to convince them. I
Yeah.
just wanted to lay the
Yeah.
because I was being completely honest with everything I said, and if she cared to try to glean that, she would have seen that. But it
Yeah, I
was more
think-
laying down the foundations for where if we do rescue Horan, he can
Yeah.
further convince them to help.
Yeah, I think that's what's important here is if you basically got Horan into the picture, perhaps Umanumi might make a comeback, right? Or even Beldzar, showing that you've made a relationship with Beldzar. But right now they just don't trust you, and they don't trust humanity, which is one of the things that you imagine. Like this whole history is like the Great Protector Dragons, almost like getting humanity's trust to protect them in that way, saying like, we're not bad dragons, we can do this, we can help you out against the bad dragons, that kind of thing. So that is, and now, but that's turned on its head. Master dragons, that kind of thing, right? All of a sudden, these great protectors are not what they're supposed to be, that kind of thing. So, now, as far as this other dragon is concerned, right, we have no idea. That's just a name drop at this point. That might come into play later on, perhaps. We'll see.
Question item was,
Mhm.
I didn't really hear what you said about the fortitude amulet thing. Is that supposed to auto update on the sheet, or do we have to change it manually?
That one you have to actually do. It'll change your
Uh,
constitution, but for the health, you'll have to manually.
Yeah, so the health will not. Yeah, so you will have to manually change your health for the amulet to work. Because again, I don't know at what previous value you're at, right? So it can't calculate that at all ever, because it's just adding a value onto your constitution. It cannot understand if you're going to go up, a certain amount of health pool. I suppose
And-
you could technically say it's one plus one per level, but then again, you come into that same problem as the ring does, which is like, then it's going to lock you out from actually changing your hit points.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I just added it manually because it's a +2 because it's going from 3 to 5.
Yeah,
So it's 2
Yeah.
times 13. Yeah.
exactly. Yep.
And
No.
does that also happen with the extra spell slots? Do you have to manually do that as well?
The spell slots have to be manual as well. Yep.
I just wanted to be sure before I change something.
Yeah, you're totally fine. I give total freedom to player characters changing their character sheets. I entirely and totally trust you all to make the right things, and if there's ever a problem, we come to that. So, I'm not a game master here that has locked out, not your character, not yours.
-1.
Bardic Inspirations, you
no.
changing those?
Oh my god.
No.
Keep track of those.
But I am going to change a spell. I want to pick up Unseen Servant. I heard it's pretty good.
I heard it is pretty good,
Jesus Christ.
especially for
I
picking
heard
up
you
bottles of
could
wine.
kill- I heard you could kill dragons with Unseen Servant.
I did.
Actually.
I heard it.
Dragons, Unseen
Yeah.
Servant.
All right, we got to
Well,
keep
like-
this show on the road. I know we got a lot still to get to here before we close up the session, because we got role play moments potentially from two characters here. So we got Maldor or Marius. Either one of you two.
I take off the helmet. There we go. No.
Oh, there's more here. Come on.
All
right, Marius.
Let's do it. Fuck. Okay, yeah.
Or
Damn, that
Shadowfell
guy's
music.
spooky.
Yep.
Y'all sure we want to go there?
Fuck yeah, we do.
Oh god.
What do you mean? That looks like a great time.
I
I
wish
see
I could
lots of
see
friends
it.
flying in the air.
So, Marius, you always know that your mistress is echoing the voice within. You, over the last, period of your existence, probably put a century perhaps, you have felt more will and power as the more that you conquer and achieve the vision that the Raven Queen has given you, to be putting to rest those who seek that life. Return the soul back to its rightful place. Everything has balance. Life and death. You've become more and more self-aware as the bargain that was struck has been completed. And you yourself are not entirely sure if you are following the commands of the Raven Queen because of familiarity or because you have to. And you've been aware of this for a while. Now with this group of adventurers that you have found bonds of friendship with, you are challenged to maintain this ideal as you have just defeated Ukar, as well as the Tinkerer, both of which would be deemed under your pact as a good thing. In the helmet, as you stare at your friends, perhaps in the market, maybe just finding a quiet space, listen to the voice of your queen, your mistress. Shackles of the shadow fell, vision begins to unfold, your eyes turn black. Pale face. The figure of the Raven Queen presents in front of you as described in your backstory. A graveyard of bones and skulls, a ruined temple, similar to an amphitheater, eerily similar, yet slightly different than when the bargain was first struck. A lifetime ago. The hood draped over the eyes. They point themselves towards you. That was great.
Takes a fat hit of the beat.
that fucking hit. We got that right over the mic.
Dude.
It did? That's
Oh,
funny.
dude. Dude, she takes a fat rip.
Fucking rip.
That's funny. I need
That's
to
great.
up
That is
sensitivity a little
awesome.
bit then.
That is fantastic.
Oh, man.
That is really funny.
Like, what the fuck you think you're doing?
See as they pick the hood up. Just the nose, the cheeks you can see as the hood is still pointed down in the direction of the ground. They say no words.
All right, then. I will then actually start to remove the helmet.
Take off the helmet. And what was something that you could not remove? Freely remove. A weight of a burden is now light. Hold it in the palm of your hands. Raven Queen moves with a long black fingernail, points in the direction of the helmet. As it turns, the murder of crows. I know, right? D Shadow Felling Party.
Character development.
I wish to thank you for getting me here, but I think it's time I find a new path to set on.
You see as the mouth opens. They say no words. They turn in the direction of a glowing land of purple. They look back towards you. Fold the arms over. They turn their back to you. As they turn their back to you, good luck.
Bow my head a little bit. That's it.
Such complex words.
Yeah.
Love it.
I felt a lot of emotion there on both sides.
Yeah, really. A
Such a smooth
surprising
talker.
amount of motion for no words being exchanged.
All right, there was a lot of
We
implied.
were getting a lot there.
Yeah.
The most emotion though was when she took a fat rib.
Took a
in her
fat rib of beef.
mouth. Yeah, that's my bad. Steve.
The timing was great.
I just really wanted the Raven
I was like
Queen
really
to be,
enthralled, so I go and like suck on it hard.
I just really wanted the
That's what
Raven
I thought,
Queen to
yeah.
have like a Staten Island accent. Like, what the fuck you think you doing? Leaving me? You think you can have it better somewhere else?
So, as you hold the helmet, that is no more. It's just your hands that are there. You kind of grip them. You look at the Raven Queen takes a step away from you. Conviction. Never let it go. Hold up the hand as wings begin to grow from their back. They disappear to 1,000 birds.
Awesome.
You are back. You no longer have the helmet. It is no longer there, as if it never existed.
Whoa, Marius, you're hot.
And your vision has never been more clear. But you are overtaken by a bout of arthritis.
Oh, fuck!
Where you're really fucking old.
Yeah.
Ah! You're welcome.
That's a timeless body.
And you
No,
begin
I
to
know.
head to the nearest tranquil place to put wrappings on
There
your
you
hands.
go.
Become a monk. All right.
There it is.
To find peace, inner peace. You uncover Master Shifu, strangely, a small red
Fuck
panda
yeah.
creature.
He teaches you the what is it? The Shifu finger.
the
Whoosh, death
the
hold.
Wushi finger hold.
Yeah. The
You know
Wushi-
this hold?
Skadoosh.
It's like this. Yeah. Skidoo.
Yes. Skadoosh.
The Bushi finger hold. He didn't teach you that. Oh, you know this hold.
I just figured it out.
I just figured it out. Honestly, probably one of the better scenes in the whole movie. Like, that was so fucking funny.
That
This-
first movie is so good.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I've watched it. I want to get Levita to watch it, but I'm getting sidetracked. All right, Maldor. Brugger time.
It's Brugge time.
And not in the good way.
Real quick before we move on, what's everybody's HP at? I just want to flex on people.
Mine is 123.
169.
Shit.
I'm at 140.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna have more than you. It's fine.
Yeah, I
I was
mean
at
everyone should have more
176.
than me.
Yours is 176?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Man's rolled out of his mind on his fucking
Yeah, he rolled really
sorcerer
good on
levels.
HP. Yeah, it would be nuts if I hadn't taken 6 levels this week.
Oh yeah, you would be insane.
You'd be like way over the 200s at this point.
I'm happy with mine. I'll take
Really?
152 on a bard.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's very good. What's
Alright.
Steven, what's yours? What's your HP?
What? What's my
What's your
HP?
HP? Yeah.
144 until I take this necklace off and put the other one on, and it's gonna be what, 28 less?
You can have gold amulets on.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
26 less?
You
I
can
can have
wear
2
two.
amulets?
You got
Yeah,
2
and then
chains,
there's-
son.
We are no longer in equipment slots. We are back to attunement. So
Just
you
attunement.
are more than welcome to wear multiple amulets. You could be 6 chain as far as I care, you know. I mean, dangle those babies.
2 chains.
More than
As
welcome.
long as you don't have more than 9 attuned items.
We are you were there when I talked about that background, right, Stephen? Actually,
Chosen one stuff.
I don't think you were there.
Background?
He
Yeah, I don't
was
think he was.
not.
Did you get your extra feats and shit?
No, because he was.
No.
No, yeah, he was there because that was
He was
the
there.
2
He was
hour
there.
session.
That was the 2-hour
Yeah.
session. He was there.
Yeah.
So this is the back. Remember the chosen background, basically what it means to be chosen, and giving you those extra attunement, binding to your soul. How it's a very powerful addition to the extra feats. We did do that. So that's what the attunement comes from. But yes, we are back to attunement slots, no equipment slots, so you can have as many items as you want, as long as you are not having obviously them bound.
So we're at 9 attunement slots right now?
We are at
Oh,
9 attunement slots at this level. Yep. All right. So this is going to be after the events of Tegan, and just for a few hours shenanigans. So Mallory probably going to go shopping first in the market and taking some rounds, most likely with the Watch Commander, rendezvousing with them, making sure the Lady Cinder Elena is given a watchful eye, just in case anything happens. Not to put a level of secrecy about them. Are they doing anything suspicious? But more or less protecting them in the city, because this is a royal official that wants to just be free in your city, so you can't just allow them to walk around, I suppose. Now, you get to the tower here. I would say, Brugge's Magic Emporium. And you are going to see, a little bit of maybe a Brugge that is a little bit more scared. It could be a good way to say it. They've seen some things today. It's a little bit stark to the eye. But they're continuing to brew potions and make things on order. Many things that they have, they're getting tasked with here, and they're just maintaining that work, or kind of that work ethic, putting the head down to better the city and the people around them. They kind of turn around to you as you open the door to the shop. They look, Maldor, you've come?
Yes, hello, Brugge. You've been doing great work in the city, it seems. It's much appreciated.
Brugge does the best that Brugge can do. For now, Fate Haven.
I spoke to you briefly about this earlier, but I have this dagger. I suspect it might contain the soul of Ukar, given the way we left things. If that is the case, I would like to make sure that it doesn't come back to cause us more problems. So I was hoping perhaps you could identify what soul is, if a soul is contained in this thing, which I believe it is, and whose soul it is.
Of course, please. Begins to approach a workbench. Numerous spell reagents, begins to pull things out for a magical casting of divination to sense the origin and storage of this dagger. Such a majestic weapon. Crafted, perhaps, by someone with great power, great skill. Maybe not as good as Brugge. They pick, choose things. After 10 minutes, they begin to use casting, glows, shines, Closing the eyes glow white as they open. They look towards you as the pupils begin to form once more. Very potent magic. Stop healing. Life. Steel. Ruga believes this weapon was not made on this plane of existence. Ugar must have traveled to the shadow. Oh. Your darkness and shadow be able to steal life. Ugar's soul is in Dagger. It is in stasis, waiting to be released. There is no other soul stored in this blade. It seems to be able to send them away where they need to go, or at least let them be free.
So, to be released, it would return back to its whatever its cycle is.
If you were to release the soul, it will go back to whatever afterlife it claims.
Curious, if it comes from the Shadowfell, would it be useful against those who reside there, or would it be useless against them, given that it is born of them?
Ruga thinks it would be useless. Not much in the Shadowfell has soul.
I suspect it is. Could I ask you for one more favor then,
Ruga,
Dale?
we'll do a favor for you, but you must give Bruga keys.
Of course, bro.
After all, Bruga would like to know you before you die to a god.
I don't suppose you have any tips on how to kill a god.
Don't try to kill a god.
It's wise. Yes.
The mysterious veil of Bruca's speech is kind of dropped after the whole Treswell thing.
Yeah,
She's like,
Bruga's.
you fuckers are trying to kill a god while I just got mean mugged by a giant dragon. I'm done for today.
pretty much.
If you could, I would like you to teleport me some.
Bruga has a couple uses of teleport left, one or two. I can get you there and back. That is it.
Somewhere just off the coast of the island where Beltzar makes his home. Somewhere where the ocean is deep and vast.
Bruga can make this happen for you.
What a
Yep.
G.
Is going
Gonna
to
get rid of
teleport.
the fucking dagger.
She's gonna chuck it. I love it.
I should have just given it to the Raven Queen and be like, hey, you want this? Like, we don't want it. Like,
Everyone's done shopping, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just
Yeah,
plug
but
in for that.
Fucking Ukar would come back with Raven Queen powers and be like, Marius, what the fuck?
Did
I
I
think I
do
bought
that?
enough.
Did I do that?
Bro is gonna like impale a shark or something.
Such fucking shark in there with Ukar.
Shark Ukar.
All right, so you're
Okay.
actually on the Leaflet Isles are those that exist on the west side of the Isle of Palm. The Isle of Palm is going to extend going east from that kind of dormant volcano, right, which helps make that chain of isles. The reefs here are not very deep. Bruga's not going to teleport you to the Leaflet Isles or to the Isle of Palm, but they're going to take you south onto some more isles that kind of span off of the southern Lavastir Mountains, which form a different isle chain out there. And that is going to have a couple isles that will extend to the outside of the Sea of Alavir and into the ocean, so into the actual Mirth Ocean, which will have deep trenches and other pockets of things. And also the current, too, is going to carry you away further into the ocean, and that's what is most ideal about this place. So even if it was to wash up, most likely they're rocky. There's not much sand here. And so they're large, like a kind of pumice, almost volcanic rock that has been worn down, glazed over from the water, and etched with acid over time from some of the acidification of the water. And so you just have the surf as it slowly crashes and warbles from the sea upon the rocks. You kind of begin to work yourself down upon those shellfish covered rocks that are craggly and open, covered in the algae. You then hold yourself over a large shelf. Ruga stands behind you at some distance above on the rock.
So he'll just take out the dagger and you pledge to make our eternal lives miserable. In exchange, I offer you the lack of an eternity. Enjoy your rest. And he will chuck it as far as he can throw it out in the ocean. And just as it's reaching the peak of his throw, he's going to cast a Vortex Warp and shoot it another 90 feet straight up so that it goes.
Let's see how far you can throw it. Oh, yeah.
Attaboy.
Chucking it absolutely far. I mean, you're getting right to the edge of that vortex or range, and then you go even further as it disappears and then pulls back into existence. It then falls to the surf and the waves as they crash through, out of sight. And Bruga slowly begins to pull out a small little napkin, kind of almost like a little handkerchief. It is hard for Bruga to watch such a magical item be wasted.
It's too dangerous to be in anyone's hands.
Bruga looks around. Bruga's a bit tired. And Bruga was not so fortunate with Tegan. You need teleport back now?
We are rather pressed for time.
Bruga will teleport you back.
Or Bruga.
But just know Bruga was your first love before this Linnea came into the picture.
Bruga's gonna lose everybody, man. There's
No,
fucking
we're all
Lucinda
coming
Arlen.
back. Oh,
I
you
don't
meant
think
like
that's what
that.
Joey meant.
Yeah.
I thought you meant we were all gonna die. Okay.
I mean,
I mean, that's still very on the table, yeah.
Listen,
Y'all just don't have faith in us.
are we extremely overconfident right now? Perhaps. Will that come back to bite us in the ass? Almost absolutely.
Let's kill a god. Yeah.
I think as long as we get Gorgash on our side, I think we can win that fight.
That's a big if, bro.
Man, he's my brother.
You just have to be like, step bro!
All I know is you got a stone now for him, so.
I just need to convince him that our dad's a jackass.
Thanos grabs his phone. Our dad's a jackass.
All right, so
He
now
tried
that
to
I
put me in
remove
timeout.
the Dagger of Soul Reaping from your inventory, because since you have chucked that into the sea, it did not return by any sort of magical means, suggesting that it is indeed where you intended it to be, lost to the world. You then are teleported back with Bruga, and Bruga will continue to perform their alchemical tasks for the day, and then is going to be retiring for the evening to spend some time reminiscing on deep memories that they've had with a lot of you, almost as if they are grieving you before you are even dead. The time that you spend now would be either in the market or perhaps heading back to the keep for a dinner together as friends. That is your choice. I've just kind of created an ambiance in the village, the city noise, and kind of suggesting that you would eventually group up at some point to discuss. So we can either kind of transition the sounds to dining if that's what you want, or if you're not going to want to meet up for the morning, then you can always separate out. But it just depends on what you want to do.
I think I would want to meet up with Thanos at some point.
I think we should all just rendezvous at the end of the night before we go to sleep.
Hell yeah.
Probably. I wasn't. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're fine.
I was gonna say I wasn't able to find the last dragon blood.
We don't. Do we have
what?
any?
I know where we can get some.
I have hide.
Yeah, I don't think we have any.
I don't.
We don't
see
need two
any.
brass dragons. Like we can kill the bitch older sister.
Uma! Come! All right,
Can I
there.
drink your blood if you don't
Draw
mind?
the painted. Stare up into the sunset, Uma.
Jesus Christ.
You're like,
Oh my
someone's
God,
like controlling the stone.
Uma, buddy.
Stare into the sunset, Uma. All right now.
Umi, what do you mean Uma's missing? She left in the middle of the night unannounced with no word? That's not like her.
Strange.
Such
You
a
should hang
shame.
out with us until we find her.
Yeah, there's none from the trader. It looks like I think you bought all of it.
I was looking for some too for
Yeah, it only
some
had like 3
poisons.
common or something on it.
Yeah.
I think.
So you can always wait. Obviously, the traders change, so we can stay here some more days and see if you can try to, get different
What are you
materials.
making?
Just those
He wants
boots.
his boots.
Oh, right.
Gotta head up Beldar.
Yeah, I must say, if we ask nicely, I mean, we could probably get a blood donation. Like, it's not like we need to drain him.
Elzar.
Yo, that man has just been through
I
fucking
didn't necessarily
hell and
mean
back.
him. We know a lot of dragons. I'm just
Show him the Grail. Yo, can you just fill this up a
Yo.
little bit?
Let's get a
little
top
bit
of
too
it.
much.
I mean, you did that with fucking Tresgall with the scale,
Yeah, we
right?
just
You
shaved
saw
scale
how
off
that
of him,
fucking
yeah.
turned out. Tresgall, no.
Yeah, he literally peeled his own skin. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Tresgall did that for us.
Yeah, for you. You also released Tresgall and then also changed Tresgall into what this Tresgall is now. I mean, you all
Good
did
job, by the
yourselves
way,
a
guys.
Bit
fucking
of a
shallow grave as far as I'm concerned.
What do you mean, Deuce? Tegan did that.
Deegan did that. We didn't do anything. We didn't do anything.
Either way, we're all cleaning up our
We free
messes
him.
right
He's
now.
going to be grateful. We're
Yeah.
not gonna have to
We
fight
did this
him.
together.
Tegan, I'm gonna need you to figure out how to deal with Tresgall since we're now dealing with my mess and cleaning it up.
Tresgall's not a
What?
mess.
I hope you.
Oh yeah, he's not a mess.
Tresgall's
Yeah.
not a
by
mess yet.
definition of a mess.
Don't
That's
have.
not a mess.
We don't have to worry about a 170-foot ginormous fucking gargantuan dragon that seems to just be tearing apart the earth, searching for obelisk called the Time Fracture.
Fucking Tegan sounding like a
I mean,
abused spouse.
You made him super big with the stone. You could at least reverse that and like
Yeah,
shrink him or
get
something. So that he's
smaller.
not so damn strong.
Small, get small.
Steps on
I'm
fucking
just-
You see him
Tegan.
like you see him
The
shrink like an
same
inch.
dragon that took a massive chunk from every fucking dude. Who's
Yeah.
supposedly invincible right now. Yeah.
He's
It'll
not.
be great.
We
He-
got a problem.
It's
Fine.
still. We can still salvage this. Okay?
we could do this.
Yeah,
we
by
free
killing
him.
him.
Tresgall, by the way,
Who the
just
fuck
so you
is we,
understand,
by the way?
Tresgall
Like-
is of the same age as Berrythune and Ascoot, which were the literal predecessors of Horan and Erithune. So Tresgall is like the bigger daddy.
Yeah, and essentially a lich.
And he's
Yeah,
And it's-
juiced.
yeah.
and a lich.
Yeah,
he's
and a
juiced
fucking
by
lich.
old one
And now he's
power.
juiced. so think about
Yeah,
an old
he's not a
wiry
problem.
man.
Okay.
They have an old
He
wiry
could literally
man
just
who's taking
destroy the
steroids
planet. He
and
wanted-
fucking pumping,
He's not a
baby.
problem.
Yeah, not a problem. You just conquer the world. Not a problem. Where is
Listen.
he flying to? Did you ever ask yourself that, Deegan? Where the fuck is he going?
I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it.
He knows he can't do anything, so he's just like,
Fuck it, I don't know, whatever. I get his
know
mindset
about
though.
this
He's
fine.
saying he's not a problem because he knows there's nothing he can do about it. So it's
Yeah,
like,
that's
he's like, fuck, it's not a problem.
Fuck
I
it,
can't do
not a
anything
problem.
about it.
It's all good. Okay.
I mean, can we really kill a god? Let's be honest.
There's
So
only
we're-
one way to find
We're
it.
gonna
I'd
find
rather
ourselves.
fight orcs.
We'll go ahead and get wrapped up. We'll go ahead and get wrapped up here. So they just recognize the time. So, we're going to be back at the keep. You will be in your dining hall of the keep. Remember, the keep itself has several, like 3 bastions that extend outwards. It's a very small keep. Your dining hall would be a communal setting, larger with banquet tables. You would be at the head of the kind of forefront, almost of those tables. The banners of Fate Haven draped down, presenting those weight, the scales, right, as you had chosen, and colorations of that purple. You'd be given a feast on this night, most likely. The task ahead, they want to make sure you have a good farewell meal, because they don't see you very often, right? So you are the Council of Fate, so the cooks will be making sure that you are fed at your desire. Obviously, Marius has joined your party, but they're not really there for the Council of Fate, so they're kind of there on the little kiddie table. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, that's cool, dude.
no,
Yeah.
no. They're there. They're there with your table. They're there with your table, and you're having a late supper from all of the tasks you had to get done today. And we'll just kind of create maybe a little ambiance for some of the people that would be residual in that place, in the cups and platters and that stuff. And you have about, I would say, 6 minutes or so if you want to tie some things up, but we're playing tomorrow. So,
Yeah,
always
I mean-
gotta finish that up as well. Give you some time, and while that's happening, you'll go ahead and calculate experience.
So I don't mean to alarm everyone, but
Great way to start.
Yes.
so you remember that thing that was like under Paxina's thing? That was like, oh, time thing, That Tresgall found one. Oh, I saw Tresgall.
Well, he's still alive. That's
He's-
something.
He was more than alive. I kind of,
What was he smoking?
this is me being sick, but also Tegan trying to figure out what the fuck he's gonna say. So I like penetrated his mind, and like I felt like I did a pretty good job. And from what I gleaned, it sounds like either the old one is not only controlling him, but also corrupting him now, or he's on the same page as the old one. So like he destroyed one of the stones that I was the thing, like the Paxina thing. And then I talked to Uma and Umi, and they were like, those are time fractures. They're like obelisks that hold the entire time together, I guess. And Tresgall's doing quote unquote scorched earth. So what did you guys do today?
Well, I wanted to ask Thanos here if it would be a better idea for us to just close the rift and not go in.
No. Gorgash is in the Shadowfell, and the only way that we
Alright,
can save
how
him
do you
is to...
propose that we 6 kill a god?
Yeah, let's talk about that and not the other thing.
I
we
didn't
shoot
forget.
him.
I don't forget.
Forget what?
That is also a problem. Perhaps just not the immediate.
How are we
Listen.
going to kill this god?
I have my theories.
This is the time that you share them.
Yes.
Before we go
Yeah.
to shadow.
Odds on the table. The crown's not on, right? You took the circlet off.
Yeah, the
Okay.
crown's off.
Odds on the table. Tell us what your plan
Also,
is.
can we wait, you don't have the crown on?
No.
Should have thrown that.
Okay.
back.
If we're walking into a trap,
We most certainly are.
Well, it's obviously a trap.
what preparations can be made to kick down the door, metaphorically,
to come back.
as we come in? I don't think we can come back under our own volition. Because isn't shifting planes all fucky right now?
Well, as long as the congruence is open, I imagine It's
Right.
easier
That's
than it would
what.
be
That's
otherwise.
actually something I was going to ask Michael. Would
Yeah.
if I have the plane shift spell, can I plane shift us back, or does it have to be at the congruence?
Yeah, so good question. So plane shifting has to be done at the site of congruence. This is, the congruence is a scaffolding through space time. You're simply kind of tapping into that. Plane shifting seems to be incredibly difficult because of what we've already heard about in this whole time fracturing situation and a couple things that we've uncovered. And so you have to be at those sites of congruence in order to plane shift, and they have to have the potential to bridge. That's usually the requirement that I specify. This is easily plane shifted. You just have to be in that area around Satoric Citadel. It's a very large area. Just you kind of get yourselves there and then plane shift there. But as was described, the undead horde, right, amasses all throughout there. And so, they kind of roam around it, protecting it, almost like this whole, ring of undead. And so you have to navigate that in order even to get into the area. That's a challenge. So either you're going to fly in, right, drop down, then plane shift and try to go incognito. That's entirely there. But yeah. So if you're there in the Shadowfell and you're back to where the site congruence is in the Shadowfell to this place, you can plane shift and you will access that congruence using the plane shift spell, and you'll be brought back to where you intend.
So here's my theory. What if we go through the congruence before we're teleported to Horsevus? We can do the whole familiarity thing for Varus, so he can teleport us to the congruence after we deal with Horsevus in his domain, wherever he is. Because once we deal with Horsevus, a swift exit is something that I would be a fan of.
Or if we discover that we can't deal with it.
There is one problem. To teleport anywhere that takes a high level of magic ability. If I'm going to plane shift us, it takes that same level of magic power. I can only do one.
Perhaps we should require a scroll.
Yes. The only person I know who could maybe give us a scroll is Bruga.
He's a little down bad, so someone's gonna have to,
Are you referring to me?
But the rest of us have already sort of leaned on favors for her today. This is the problem.
I have not.
Well,
There you
that's
go.
what anyone who is not already availed themselves of her service.
I can go talk to Bruga and request a method of transportation inside the Shadowfell.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just worried that we're going to walk ourselves into a different plane of existence, start fighting a god, and realize, hey, we can't kill this thing.
Here's my suggestion, regardless of whether we're able to be successful or not. Before we go in and start the plan, we need to understand how to close it. Because regardless if we destroy him or not, the congruence needs to be closed, otherwise we're just going to continue to have this type of problem with someone else after. And
Yes,
that way, if it goes south and we have to flee, then we can just close the door behind us.
I believe closing the door is as simple as killing Kalima. You will understand more when we get there and we get teleported, and you will understand. I presume it's Kalima.
Okay. How do you suggest we kill him? What is your grand plan?
Start small. How do we hurt him?
Yes.
He still has a kind of physical body, but he's essentially mental energy. I don't know if that's the best way to put it. I presume our magic attacks will still be able to hurt him, and we can weaken him to a state where it shouldn't be impossible for us to deal with him. I've actually made a poison that will remove all immunities.
Do you
Or
think
no,
our
all-
magics can harm him?
Yes, he, as I said, he still has a body. He is just made of energy, and in dreams, he is much more powerful than he is probably on the actual Shadowfell. If he was as strong as he is in dreams, he would rule the Shadowfell, and there wouldn't be other deities on the Shadowfell.
So, wild idea. Could another god help us kill a god? We just spoke to one like yesterday.
Sweet.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that we have his weapon, the god weapon,
Yeah.
that can probably deal significant increased damage to a god. Also,
About Pelora's weapon,
yes, the one that
Who can-
Linnea has.
who can hit with it?
Martial ability is not particularly impressive.
Doesn't it also cast daylight and other?
Oh, it has many other useful functions.
Doesn't necessarily need to be wielded as a "I'm going to hit you in the face." I know we are primarily martial party, but believe it or not, there are other ways to kill things.
Primarily martial.
I mean,
all of
yeah.
us except for like one person cast magic.
Too soon,
So,
man.
do it with
We do like to
swords.
hit things, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of character,
So-
it's Sacred Flame. Other than that, it's all healing stuff.
Thought it had daylight on it too.
No. Yeah, and it's just a +3 weapon. It doesn't do like extra holy damage.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
So I was actually going to talk to y'all about this. Do we think that sun energy would harm him more?
Yes.
Probably.
Um,
I
Just
can
a dog.
bring the sunbeam in with me as a way
Yeah.
to fight him.
do you have a way to learn the daylight spell in case there's anything else that behaves similarly to Nightwind? Because I suspect that the only thing that could really stop us is something that we can't see.
And the amount of time before we have to leave?
I didn't give him a timeline of when I would show up, so
I
like,
mean, yeah, if we need to take
we
a few
need an
days to
extra
prepare-
day. Yeah.
I mean, we are on the timetable, clearly. We shouldn't waste time, but we should also be prepared before
Let
assaulting
me
a god.
check. And
All
you'll
right.
see Varys pull out a spell book. So if it's 2 hours per spell level, it took me 6 hours to learn. We have another day, right?
Yeah. 24 hours.
I could learn it.
All right. So we're gonna have to find a time to wind down here
Yeah.
in conversation.
Yeah.
We can always pick this up tomorrow if you don't find a
Yeah.
conclusion. Do we get to a conclusion as far as the plan?
Yeah, I
The
think
plan
so.
is to continue planning.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
I-
Well,
I'm
we'll
gonna
go ahead and
open
table
up-
it then. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna really quick before we end see if the Tome of the Holder has daylight.
Okay.
It does.
Okay.
Nice.
There you go.
So
All right. Tome of the Holder coming to clutch. All right. So we now have you're gonna more delegating, more conversation. Obviously, time. I think you made a time is of the essence. In my opinion, that was all of you kind of did that for yourselves. Well, particularly Thanos, actually. I think Thanos. Good job, Thanos. Put him on a timetable. Get him going.
Man,
Um,
if you don't
and
put
then-
them on a timetable, we can talk forever.
I know. All right, Section 75, we have 1,461 experience each. That is 122,401 experience total. We are playing tomorrow. If you're watching the stream, you can check us out tomorrow at 11 a.m. We're making it for last time due to some schedule stuff of me and all that good stuff. And you can also check out the Where Ones here in half an hour at 4 p.m. PST. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Chat.